Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Mid Suffolk Development Control B. My name's Cathy Guthrie and I'm the chairman today. I know we're all in very difficult times at the moment, and we will have had a holiday break, and I hope that was successful for many of you. Moving forward, we can continue with our meetings. So welcome to the Development Control B. May I first of all remind you some domestic arrangements. Please ensure that microphones are muted when you're not speaking, that you do not interrupt the other speaker. Members are reminded not to use the messaging chat function during the meeting unless it is to report a pecuniary or non-pecuniary interest or to notify the chair that you wish to make a proposal. Members are reminded they should not have alternative communication lines open, and that if you're contacted by a third party during the application, you should bring this to the legal advisor's attention. That if you are attending the meeting to speak and persistently interrupt the meeting, you may be asked to leave. Additionally, you will be invited to speak and ask questions by the chair of the meeting. Please await your turn. We'll not be using the hands up function except for declarations of interest, site visit, declarations of lobbying and questions for clarity. We will be using the electronic voting for this meeting. If you're experiencing poor connection issues in the first instance, please turn off your camera. If this does not work, please turn off the incoming video, please. These options are under the three dots on the main information bar. I would like to remind everyone present that this meeting will be broadcast live to the internet and will be capable of repeated viewing. The whole of the meeting will be recorded except where there are confidential exempt items. If you make a representation to the meeting, you will be deemed by the council to have consented to being recorded by entering this meeting as a speaker, and you're also consented to being recorded by the council and the possible use of those sound recordings for webcasting and or training purposes. The council, members of the public and press may record, film, photograph or broadcast this meeting when the public and press are not lawfully excluded. So I'll give introductions first, please. We have Ian Dupre, the legal advisor, Robert Carmichael, our governance officer, Bron Curtis, the case officer, the area planning manager, John Pateman G, and we have the ward members, Councillor Andrew Stringer and Councillor John Matheson. So can I move to the agenda, please? Apologies for absence and substitutions.
Thank you, Chair. So this morning we have apologies from Councillor Gould, and we also have Councillor Mayer substituting for Councillor Gould this morning.
Thank you for that. Do you wish to take a roll call or?
No, I've got everyone in Mod Gov now, I believe, apart from Councillor Stringer, but I believe that we're still sorting that out. Right,
that's fine by me. And will he be able to still listen to the proceedings as we're going forward?
Absolutely, Chair, absolutely.
Thank you.
Just to note, Councillor Stringer does have his hand up, sorry.
Yes, Councillor Stringer.
Sorry, Chair, I am in modern.gov, have been some minutes, and I was ahead of trying to declare an interest.
We like you to be ahead. to receive any declarations of pecuniary and non-pecuniary interest by members. So, Councillor Stringer.
Yeah, item, what number is it? Item B, my in-laws live in Union Road, Onehouse. Okay, and are close to this site.
Thank you very much. Any other declarations? No? Thank you very much. Declarations of lobbying. Well, I've certainly had lobbying on the first two applications, so I think that probably is all of us, except for possibly Councillor may or may not have done because he's our substitute.
I've received no lobbying, Chair.
Thank you for that confirmation. Councillor Warboys, did you get any lobbying?
Sorry, no.
No, thank you, Councillor Warboys, just confirming that. Thank you very much. Right, thank you very much. And they were presumably on the first and second applications. Can I confirm that, please? Councillor Norris? Yeah. Councillor Humphreys, yes.
Sorry, yes. Can I just mention I was only lobbied on the first item, 7A.
Thank you very much for that. Anyone else wish to make an alternative declaration there?
Yeah, Councillor Mellon here. Yes, same as Mike. Just item 7A.
Right. Thank you very much. I had a letter regarding the second application. OK, so we now move on to declarations of personal site visits, please. Any declarations? Councillor Humphreys.
Madam Chair, yeah, I live close to the Union Road application, so I know that area well. So I have seen it.
Thank you very much. So we now move on to confirmation of the minutes, and it's points regarding accuracy of the minutes. And these were the minutes of the 25th of November. Councillor Stringer.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, obviously it's difficult with the passage of time, but with the help of video, I failed for it to read accurately that in between 3023 and 3024, could we possibly insert the words "a vote was not taken"? Because there was a passage of time of some 15 minutes between those 2 points, and it makes it sound as if on legal advice immediately the proposal was withdrawn. It wasn't. We did debate for some time the merits of that, and we didn't take a vote, and I then withdrew. So that if
I'm happy for that to go in.
Thank you, Chair. Very happy. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, good. And Robert, can you insert that comment, please?
Yes, Chair.
Councillor Mellon.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. It's on the same page in the minutes. It sort of touches on point 30.22 and then 30.25. When Councillor Humphreys proposed that we defer the application to seek legal advice, Vince Pearce made the suggestion that that legal advice would be shared with members, and that was taken up by Ian Dupre, and that doesn't seem to have been captured in the minutes there, and neither have we seen the brief. That will only be shared when it comes through when it's represented again in a proceed form. Well, I'm just in terms of accuracy of the minutes, that's what we voted on. We voted on the basis that we would be shown the advice, and that is not reflected in the minutes.
Ian Dupre, can you just comment on that for us, please, because that's my understanding of where we are on it. And I hear what Councillor Mellon is saying. Ian, you're muted.
Can I be heard now? Sorry, my fault.
Yes, that's better. Thank you.
Yes, well, just say council has been briefed to advise the council. I can confirm that has been done. I'm afraid I would have to remind myself of the recording to be. I'm sorry, I not to be more direct, but this is quite important we get it right. There was some discussion. I don't think. I mean. Yeah, I think there was discussion of the fact that members needed to be happy with what was going on and with the form and content of the advice. I'm really not sure at this point how precise it was.
Can I suggest that we defer to signing off the minutes until we get clarity on that and bring them back at a later date?
I think that would be best, Madam Chairman, yes.
Yeah, thank you for that.
Sorry, I can't be more clear today, but it is obviously, Councillor Mellon's raised the point, it's important that we... Yeah.
So if we can leave the minutes and bring them back at the next meeting and have clarity on that, is that all right with you, Councillor Mellon?
Yeah, I mean, I did stay up late last night listening to it, and I think it is fairly clear if one listens.
Well, all right, we'll have to move on and get the legal officer to agree with what you're saying, and thank you for your input. OK, so we'll hold that one till the next meeting, if we may. Thank you. Any other further comments on the minutes, please? No, Andrew, can you take your hand down, please? We now have, sorry to interrupt, we now have Councillor Caston in. Can you advise? We haven't started a report or anything. Can we have Councillor Caston in now, please?
Chair, if sorry, Mr. Dupre, if he wants
No,
to
no,
go first.
you go first, Mr. Carmichael. I'll add if I need to.
Thank you, Mr. Dupre. So if I could just ask, just for the as per the normal proceedings, if Councillor Carson could just go through the formalities of if he's got any declarations to make before we begin any items, then that will be absolutely fine for the proceedings today.
Councillor Caston, are you with us? Ian, you're happy with that if we go through them?
Quite happy with that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Good morning, Councillor Caston, and I hope everything's resolved satisfactorily at the moment for you. Can I just run through a few quick things? Have you had any pecuniary or non-pecuniary interest in the cases? We're only doing the first two, I must add. Turn your mic up, we can't hear you. Take it, you're muted. Can you put it in, you can't unmute your computer? Oh dear. Can we put that in the chat for the moment until some IT resolutions, Ian? Would that be acceptable? If I ask the questions and get Councillor Caston to put something in the chat until he gets that unmuted?
Well, yes, as long as we know that Councillor Caston can hear what's being said. I mean, I suppose it just becomes a problem if he wants to speak and can't be heard.
He can hear. Can you put your fingers up? Yeah. So, Councillor Caston, in the chat, can you please advise if you have any declarations of pecuniary or non-pecuniary interest? Can you offer any declarations of lobbying? And any declarations of personal site visits? If you can put that in the chat room while Mandy tries to help you get your sound up, and so long as you can continue to hear us. So I'll leave you to do that. If you can just. Right. So can we ask Mandy to assist Councillor Caston if he goes out and comes back in again? Robert, shall we just wait a few minutes while that happens?
Yes, Chair, if we just wait, see if that works in the
so
first
do you want
instance.
to stop the recording for the moment while that happens?
Yep, so if Mandy, if we could just go to a very quick
Thank you very much, everybody, for your patience. Sorry about that. We had some technical difficulties. So we now move on to the agenda to receive notification of petitions in accordance with the Council's petition scheme.
Thank you, Chair. So just to confirm, there are no valid petitions. However, I would just like to note that a petition was received regarding, before the festive period, regarding item 7A, which was assessed but was found to be invalid. So it's just for noting at that point, but there are no valid petitions before this morning. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that. So moving on to the schedule of planning applications, we will be looking at them in the order that they appear in the papers, which is the first one, 7A and 7B. And John Pateman G, would you like to advise us regarding 7C and 7D, which have been withdrawn, please? Thank you.
Yes, so in respect of, well, simply put, they have been withdrawn by the agent and applicant. So 7C and 7D are both removed as planning applications and are not therefore able to be determined by us at any level. There's no right to appeal. The applicant has simply just withdrawn them, so they are taken off the schedule of planning applications. So we don't need to do anything further, and there's no further actions in respect of those items.
Thank you for that, John. That's very helpful. So we now move on to the Castle Hill Farm, Thorndon, DC 20-02052, and the case officer, Bron Curtis, will now introduce this application to the committee. Thank you, Bron. Over to you.
Good morning, Chair members. Thank you. Happy New Year, everyone. I'll share screen so that you can see the presentation, and I will start by taking you through some verbal updates. Bear with me just a second. Can I just get confirmation that that's coming through okay? Can you see this PowerPoint?
Yeah, that's fine, thanks.
Great, thank you. Okay, so just starting with verbal updates. Just to confirm that we have a call-in request to the Secretary of State on this application. The only impact that that has on members' decision-making today is that if the vote is for a resolution to grant planning permission, we can pass the resolution, but we are not able to issue a decision until the Secretary of State have considered whether they want to call it in. It doesn't affect the recommendation as it stands before you, and it won't affect decision making if the resolution is to go with officer recommendation or a version thereof and refuse planning permission.
Can you just clarify for the public what the recommendation is at the moment, please? The
recommendation is refuse planning permission. The reason being on the basis of odour, which I'll go through in a little bit more information in a moment. There's also been some information that has come round from Stradbroke and Thorndon Parish Councils regarding a traffic assessment that they have done independently and the challenge that they've made to the traffic information that's been submitted with the application and commented on by Suffolk County Council. That information came in response to the re-consultation exercise following the change of the proposal and has been available publicly and on our internal system for some weeks now, but it wasn't circulated as part of your paper. So it's just a point of clarity that that has been available to members for some time, but you haven't got a copy within your bundle. The information, just to summarise, because I realise there's been a lot of information, the parish councils have collaborated to undertake their own traffic modelling exercise, and they dispute the exercise that's been done by the applicant and their highways consultant. In particular, they draw attention to the expectation for a far greater volume of movements as a result of the proposed development and some alleged inaccuracies in the information that's been submitted. I should, however, remind you that Suffolk County Council have accepted the information that's been submitted and have given us their advice on that basis without querying the content, the methodology, etc. So the advice that we're giving to you is on the basis of that technical response from the County Council. Another verbal update that I have is on the status of the Thorndon neighbourhood plan. It hasn't moved on to the next stage from when I first wrote the report, so it's still just at that post-examination pre-referendum stage. And there is also, I've been asked to include the crash map in the presentation by Chair, so that will be featuring, and I will explain that when we get to that point in the presentation. And there is also a point of clarity on the flood risk issue. It doesn't change the recommendation, but there is, I should point out that there is a very small portion of the access track leading from the highway to the main part of the development site that is affected by flood zones 2 and 3. It's a part of the site that is already surfaced with impermeable surface, and that's not going to change. So the area in the surfacing is not going to change as a result of this development. So it doesn't have a material impact in terms of drainage and flood risk, but it's not something that I have given the detail of in the report. I've just given a summary of the general flood risk in the report. So I hope that's clear. I'll take you through the slides now. The proposal is at Castle Hill, Thorndon. It's actually located in the countryside between the villages of Thorndon and Eye. The road that you can see running centrally in this view is the road that goes between Eye and Debenham. The application site is the hatched area in the centre of your screen there. To the left of that, you can see Castle Hill Farm, the existing operation, the existing 3 sheds, and the farmhouse. And to the north, you can see the Covents, former Huntingdon Life Sciences Research Centre facility. This shows that same sort of image, but on an ordnance base, so that you get a better understanding of where the villages are and where the road is. And a slightly wider view again. And this is showing in relation to the county's HGV lorry route network. So the application site is marked with a star, and you've got the main highways in red. So you can see the A140 and the A143. And then you have the local distributor roads suitable for HGVs shown in the other colours. This view shows the application site with the pin in yellow at the bottom, and it's also got some of the other operations that are in the area that form part of the supply chain of poultry meat production in the area, including probably most relevant is the Crown processing plant at Eye, which is in the centre there. This is a very similar map, but shows some other operating sites within this part of the district. So you've got Crown pinned red just below the A140 sign, but to the right of that you've got a series of other operations, intensive operations that are all related to the supply chain of this sort of agricultural undertaking, which just give you some context in terms of the cumulative impact issues. Excuse me. So I also need to make it clear that this proposal has changed from being a 4-shed proposal to a 3-shed proposal. That was done partway through the application process in order to try and address some of the concerns that were raised. So there may be some elements that look as though it's still 4 sheds, but I can confirm the proposal is for 3 broiler units. So that's intensive livestock operation, broilers being chickens reared for meat production. So this slide shows you the site layout with the access coming through the existing Castle Hill Farm site. The proposal involves the demolition of the existing 3 poultry houses and then leading to the main part of the site, which is just south of the Covents complex. And it shows you the layout of the sheds and some ancillary works, sheds and silos, parking areas, etc. These plans just give you an idea of the shed layout and elevations, and the ancillary buildings are here. And then photographs, so this is an aerial view which is a little bit more updated, showing the Covent site to the north. And if I can get my cursor, I can show you that the proposed sheds are in this part of the site here. And then photographs around the site. So what you can see in this view is the western edge of the main part of the site where the sheds are to go, and you can see the Covent's site just beyond the hedges in the background. And then this view turns around to the east. So you can see the Covent site beyond the hedge boundary and trees boundary in the background, and turning around further towards the east. And then looking back towards the existing sheds, which are to be demolished. You can just see the farmhouse there in the far background. This is an image taken from Google Street View. I apologise, my access image was awful, so I had to take this one. But that gives you the view of the existing site from the road. And this is the crash map that Stradbroke and Thorndon Parish Councils have submitted with some information relating to incidents in the area. And that's where we're going to take us back to an aerial view. So the proposal, as I say, is for an intensive livestock operation of 3 sheds. There's been significant local interest and objection. Particular issues relate to impacts on residential amenity arising from the operation in terms of odour, and most notably highways impacts because of the routing between this site and the Crown Chicken processing site at Eye. Lorries would be routed through Thorndon Village or through Eye Town Centre, and there is already a significant amount of traffic both of those directions, and the residents of those communities are already impacted and have concerns about the additional impact. In terms of the highways impact, Suffolk County Council Highways have been consulted on the application and have considered the detail of the proposal and the modelling information that's been submitted, and they are advising that the impact is not at a level that would be severe, which is the test in the MPPF that we're required to apply to the application, and so they are not recommending refusal. In terms of the odour, that is the other significant issue, and we have had lengthy discussions between the Environment Agency, your senior environmental health officer, and the applicant to try to see if there are any workable solutions to the proposal. But you will note from the consultation response that even with the reduced 3-shed proposal, the impact of odour generated from the site is at a level that is not considered to be acceptable, and that is on the basis of the advice of the Institute of Air Quality Management and the guidance for planning applications. And the resultant recommendation on the basis of odour is that would be an impact that would be significant enough to warrant refusal of the application. My report also picks up a number of the other issues that have been raised by the local community and other material planning considerations. So there are issues relating to biodiversity, heritage impacts, landscape impact, visual amenity, including night skies amenity, the flood risk and drainage issues, and the economic benefit of agricultural development in the district. So I won't rehearse the whole of the report because you've had a chance to read it, but I will just summarise by saying that the outcome is that the odour impact is still remains, even with a reduction in sheds, at a level that's unacceptable to your officers, and the recommendation is to refuse planning permission. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Before I just go to questions for the planning officer, just to advise members that you've all read the report, and Thorndon, Ockholt, Southolt, Eye, Stradbroke and Denham parish councils all object to this, and I am allowing obviously Thorndon will have their 3 minutes, but I have allowed to also make a representation. So if you have any questions that might be relevant, you might need to note that. So members, do you have questions for the planning officer, please? Councillor Norris.
So, yes, thank you. On a point of clarity, on page 159, comments from the council's external funding officer, paragraph E, second line, he only refers to 2 new sheds. And on pages 181 and 182, which are the floor plans and the elevations, they also only appear to show 2 buildings. Could the officer just clarify? There was mention of the number of sheds being reduced from 4 to 3, but the papers in the pack seem to only indicate 2. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Norris. Yes, I can confirm that the proposal has been reduced from 4 sheds to 3 sheds. So this view shows the aerial of 3 sheds and how they would be laid out, and that is to replace the existing 3 sheds that are at Castle Hill Farm.
But I think Councillor Norris's question says that it was referring to 2. Was that a slip up of the pen or something?
That may well have been a typo on my part or on the part of the consulting officer. Yeah, I apologise for that.
Thank you for that. Councillor Norris, is that satisfactory response?
Well, yeah, could I just ask, are then the floor plans and elevations shown on pages 181 and 182, are they only indicative then? Because they only seem to indicate 2 buildings.
They are handed, so they are identical for all buildings. So rather than us have duplicate of the same plan, they relate to all buildings.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. That clarifies it for us. Thank you very much, Councillor. Any further questions for the officer? Councillor Stringer.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I've got several questions, and I'll try and be as brief as I possibly can. You mentioned that the traffic concerns were regarding accessing the processing unit, but from the information certainly that I have from the various spreadsheets I've seen, the majority of HGV movements will be from feed and waste. Do we actually know, one, where the feed is coming from and where the waste is going to?
Thank you, Councillor Stringer. Yeah, I focused on the processing plant at I because that is a definite, and the routing from the site to that processing plant is going to definitely need to go through Thorndon and I, which is where a lot of the concerns are. The other elements of the operation are not yet fixed. But the issues of waste and other movements related to the operation have been discussed, and we have got information in the traffic assessment on that basis, and we have been given information on what's likely. We've also considered, you'll note that this application is an EIA. That's because when we scoped the proposal, we considered the traffic impact in context with other operations in this part of the district to be such that it needed to be considered as an EIA application because of that potential cumulative impact. So we have considered the traffic movements to and from throughout the cycle of the operation, and it does include a consideration of waste as well as things like employees and litter and other resources that may be needed, such as gas or bedding or water, as well as animal delivery and collection.
Yeah, so sorry, can I come back? So do we know where the waste is going to? It's a considerable amount. you know, and the other concern, you mentioned the traffic routing through Thorndon. Thorndon has a weight restriction through it, so Thorndon cannot be part of the traffic routing of this.
That's right. I understand that weight restriction is not 24 hours though, and the time of day that the HGV movements are for a lot of the operation would be outside of the restrictive hours. To go back to your question about waste, we have had a conversation with the applicant because it's not certain. They don't have a definitive end user for waste actually agreed, but what they have done is explored the options, and the options include a site at Thetford for waste processing, as well as one at, and I may need the agent to confirm this when he has an opportunity to speak, in Norfolk, South Norfolk somewhere. I can't remember the name of the location, but we don't have a definitive end user for waste because that's not yet been resolved by the operator.
Councillor Stringer, can I just jump in there to ask a question following on from what you're doing there? Is that we obviously have the debate to go forward, and I understand that, and we have the recommendation, which is refusal. But if the applicant goes to appeal, we need to have something in place that makes your point that you've raised there clearer than just we've had a discussion about it. So I just thought I'd flag that up. Would that be reasonable, Bron? And I'm asking you that question ahead of further questions that I'm sure Councillor Stringer has.
Yes, absolutely. And I'm just having a reread of my report. In terms of waste, I'm speaking about waste processing from the operation has not yet been determined. It is likely that dead birds will go to the Cranswick site. That's the site at I. Litter waste to Thetford Biomass Power Station. Wastewater will also be removed from the site by a contractor yet to be determined. So we have some projections for waste movements and waste operation. We have some information, but we don't have all of the end users detailed in the proposal.
Right, so Councillor Stringer, thank you for your question, but I think we can perhaps flesh that out when we have the debate further. Are you comfortable with that?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. That gets us some way down that road. Can I just have one more point?
Yes, please.
Yeah, one more point. Thank you. You mentioned that the processing plant is a definite. Can I then ask why is this not an application by the definite end user? Because that seems to be really difficult to get a hook on this if it's not from Cranswick itself. Cranswick themselves say that they control all areas of supply. So I'm wondering why this is not a Cranswick planning application, and other areas of land in the area that they own, i.e. the processing plant, can't then be conditioned as part of this because it's not a Cranswick application. One other point, and it is my final point, can you clarify, because our communities officer is saying that this should be supported because of that somehow that Cranswick may fall into difficulty in their supply chain if we don't approve this. Can you tell me how much of a percentage of the total chickens needed for Cranswick this site will achieve? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stringer. So to answer the first question, Cranswick are not the operator of this site, so that's why this application is being made by another party, which is a reasonable and valid thing to do. There is a market within the supply chain. There are a number of operators within our district, the majority of whom are not Cranswick/Crown. They are smaller operators who have perhaps diversified from other types of agricultural operation. So that's not dissimilar to what's happening here, but there is an opportunity presented by Cranswick for such operators. So in terms of the agricultural economy for our district, this is a significant contributor. The question that you've asked about the percentage, I will need to research and come back to you. I don't have that information to hand. It might be something that the agent can more readily answer, but I will need to try and go away and find that out for you, please.
Thank you very much for that. That's reasonable. Obviously, we don't want to debate, but we just want clarity, which is all very, very valid points. Thank you for that, Councillor Stringer. I have Councillor Mellon and then Councillor Warboys. These are questions for the officer, please. Councillor Mellon.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. A couple of brief questions. One is on slide 5, which is the County Council lorry routes. I just wonder if the officer could just explain the significance of the blue and the green and what those routes mean. And then the other thing is just we saw the crash map very, very briefly. Would it be possible to have a slightly longer look at that because it's not in the papers?
Thank you, Councillor Mellon. Yes, of course. Let me just take you to those slides if I can remember where they are in my presentation. So that's the crash map. This has been supplied by Stradbroke and Thorndon Parish Councils.
So can you just confirm the red way marks, are they, what significance are red or yellow, just to sort of clarify that?
I am going to assume that red and amber are on the scale of severity that is marked in that box, but I will need to, this is not something that's been sourced by myself, so I'll need, yeah, please, John.
May I comment on that? So there are 3 essential severity, and actually they are actually listed there, which is fatal, serious and slight. Amber, I believe, if I remember rightly when I looked at it, was obviously slight. Serious is the red, and black, if there was any black, there isn't in this case, would be fatal. So that is the and there is a definition for each one of those in the context of that particular website.
Thank you, John. Let me just take you back to the slide with the lorry routing. Sorry, it's a bit slow.
Yeah, that's the one.
Okay, right, bear with me just a second.
So there must be some sort of key that tells us what blue routes and green routes are, but I'm not seeing it.
Yeah, and I'm just going to confirm that for you. I'm just going to make sure I give you the right information. Bear with me just a second.
Sure.
So the red route is a strategic lorry route, and the key says that all movements crossing Suffolk should use these, with those starting or ending in the county using them in preference to local lorry routes. The blue ones are called zone distributor routes, roads within a zone serving as a route directly to a location or as a route to local access routes, which are green. So the green are the local access routes. Weight restrictions on a designated lorry routes are shown yellow dotted, and weight restrictions, all 7.5 tonnes except where shown, are shown solid yellow.
So just a follow-up question, this is my last one. Then clearly this site is not on a green route.
There is part of the green that goes down to the A1120 on that road, on the B1077, and the B1077 is green where it meets the 140 up at the Skull end, but the highway as it passes the site is not a lorry route, no.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Chair, I'm sorry, I'm afraid you're on mute.
No, trying to be clever. Is there anyone else with hands up? Because I can see old hands up that might be there. No?
Yes, Madam Chair. Councillor Humphreys.
Oh yes, Councillor Humphreys. Sorry, I can't see them coming through. Yes, your question, please. Thank you.
My question is on the validity of the crash map that you showed us, because I've looked at the crash map online. In fact, I'm looking at it right now, and the only crash site I can see is on the I Road, which is serious. Nothing on Castle Hill. Can you just go back to the slide just to confirm that it's the same data, please?
Thank you, Councillor Humphreys. Yes, I'll take you back to that. I should clarify that this has come from Stradbroke and Thorndon Parish Councils. We only got it yesterday.
Yeah,
sorry, Monday. So
it might be a slight point of order, I suppose, in the fact that we've got to be careful on the data we're showing, because that doesn't reflect the crashmap.co.uk that only shows one incident, which is the red one on I Road.
Can I come in on that, please, Chairman?
Yes, yes. Please.
I'm not out to doubt anyone's data here, but ultimately what you have to do when you go into this website, you have to identify the years that you wish to look at. It starts when you go into it for the last 5 years. Obviously on this one, they've identified the last 21 years, which I think is the maximum time that it allows you to identify. So any of those dots, the yellow and red as shown, could be 5 years old, could be 20 years old, it could be yesterday. I don't think there's anything in the last year actually, but no. That's not uploaded. So I don't know which version you're looking at, Councillor, in respect of how the data range that you've selected.
Exactly the same as you, but I'm looking back 5 years, and the problem is looking back 21 years, it floors the evidence slightly. The world was different 21 years ago. And again, as you said, we look at the last year, I don't think there are any.
No, the 2019 would, I think there's always a year delay before the information is uploaded, so the last year won't be on there until next year sometime, but I'm not sure about that, because obviously this is an external source of information, and obviously when they upload and update is up to them. But obviously what this is showing before us is 21 years worth of data. So again, without selecting the individual entries, we don't know how old those individual entries are. Obviously if you're looking at a version that's only for the last 5 years, there will be less, I would suspect, indicators on there, but what judgment and weight you give that is obviously up to members.
Yeah, that's the reason I was asking the question, because I think it is important that you know.
Yeah, Councillor, I think you've asked the question. Let's use that in debate when we get forward.
Cool.
And any further points on this issue? I can see Councillor Strings put his hand up again, but I think we'll use that in debate. We're just looking at clarity here. So can you put your hands down if you've finished questioning? And who else has a question? I can't see. Anyone else?
There's me, Madam Chairman.
All boys, yeah, okay. I just can't see who's questioning. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Well, I've got two questions really, but the first one is, when we're talking about odour, we're actually referring to air pollution, in particular ammonia, and its effect on the health of the surrounding inhabitants.
So what's your question then, please?
The question is, I just want to clarify that it's not just a case of a bad smell. It is in fact air pollution, which is
Bron, can you
a health risk.
Whether that is the point?
Yes, thank you, Councillor Warboys. Yes, you're right. There are a number of emissions that are identified by planning policy and practice guidance in relation to air quality, and ammonia is one of those. Ammonia is the one of the most significant emissions from this sort of operation, and that's what's been modelled in the odour modelling, and it is the impact of that emission on the amenity of the local area that forms the reason for your recommended refusal. Right,
that's clarified it. Very well done. Thank you, Councillor Warboys.
Sorry, my second question is, it's to do with the traffic movements. The figure I've got in the headline figure I've got in from reading it is that there's an increase in traffic movements from 528 to 4,385. Is that correct? I know this has been challenged by the independent survey, but our figures are 528 to 4,385.
Where do you get the 4,385 from?
It's, oh gosh.
Bron, can you comment on that rather
Yeah,
than...
thank you, Councillor Always. So on the basis of the information that has been submitted in the transport assessment and that Suffolk County Council have accepted, so notwithstanding the concerns raised by Stradbroke and Thorndon Parish Council and their own independent assessment, so I am commenting only on the applicant's assessment, which has been accepted by our consultee. If you have a look at para 4.3, that starts the information about the estimated maximum traffic generation to be 139 vehicles, which is 278 movements for each cycle, which is a 7-week growing cycle, and that the peak estimated vehicle number of 30 HGV movements per day for 2 days within that 7-week cycle, which is the catching period.
Okay, so over 2 months, we've got an increase of 88 to 278, roughly.
Yeah, 278 movements over the 7-week growing cycle, bearing in mind that the existing operation is to be ceased and demolished. So there are 3 sheds there that are capable of operation to potentially to a lesser degree because they are older, but there is an existing agricultural operation at this site. There is also the fact that this is an agricultural site unrestricted for excuse me, other kinds of operation. But yes, for the 7-week growing cycle, the estimate is 278 movements over that period, with the peak being 30 per day for 2 days in that 7-week cycle.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll do some sums.
Thank you for that, Councillor Warboys. Right, so no further questions.
Sorry, Madam Chairman.
Oh, sorry, Councillor
Councillor
Caston, if you would, yes.
Yeah, do we know how, oh, sorry, I'll put my video on. Do we know how many birds are on site at the moment with those 3 sheds that are due to be demolished? Because it does seem like we need to look at the gain in animals on the site. If there's already animals there and those facilities will be demolished. That's the first question. The second question is, in the previous application, it says the unit has capacity to house 288 birds, and this one is 188. So could I have some clarification on that previous application and the difference in the amount of sheds for those?
Thank you, Councillor Caston. In terms of the existing operation, it's my understanding that that ceased fairly recently, so there are no birds on site. I'm sure the agent will correct me if that's different from my understanding. In terms of the animal numbers, it's rather dictated by animal welfare standards to do with the space that they are being permitted. So your question was the difference between this 3-shed proposal and
the planning history, the application on the 606, the previous application, DC 19-03606.
Yes. Okay, thank you. Yeah, so that was the scoping opinion. So that wasn't a planning application. That was asking us for what information should be submitted with a planning application if a proposal for a unit of up to 288,000 birds were submitted. As it turns out, the proposal is slightly different from what was scoped. It is slightly lesser in scale.
Okay, thank you.
May I just come into this at this point in time? Apologies. We've just got some very urgent news for the chair. So I'm asking now to take a break. We need to stop recording and have a break while we assess that situation. I apologise for this. This is a matter of emergency. So if we can just have a break and we will resolve what we need to do. If we say a break for 10 minutes at least, please, and then we will come back and resolve how we proceed with committee. Apologise, I can't give you any more information than that. That is sensitive. I will update you as I can in 10 minutes time. Many thanks. If you can all stay muted and without video for the time being, thank you very much. And if we can take a break from recording. Robert.
Thank you all for waiting during the break. I'm afraid to say that Councillor Guthrie has had to leave the meeting, and as such, as governance officer, I will just pass over to the vice chair, Councillor Humphreys, who will chair the rest of the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody, for your patience and understanding. Councillor Warboys, if you'd like to just finish off your points from the questions, and then we'll move on to the public speakers. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I've done a little bit of arithmetic, and so I now work it out as based on the projected traffic movements are going to be in the region of 2,065 per annum, compared to a present of 528 per annum. And
yes, can I confirm that, Chair? If you're taking that on the basis of the 7-week growing cycle and there being 7.4 in a year, so your calculation of 2065 is right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for the clarity and the time you took in working that out. It makes it a lot clearer for everybody. Okay, we've finished with questions then. Councillor Warboys, if you could take your hand down, please. And then we're going to move on to public speakers. So I now ask the parish council representative for Thorndon to speak, which is Marion Ravenhall. You have 3 minutes to address the committee and it will be timed. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, members of the council. Can I start by saying the parish council's opposition to the proposed development is fiercely supported by residents in the district. 329 people signed our petition, which I know has been discarded, but nevertheless it was signed, and there were a further 92 objections lodged on the portal. If I may, Mr. Chairman, make a few more points. The threats to health from this ventilation system, odours and other emissions of noise, with over 1 million birds being reared annually at this site, poses significant risk here, especially to the attendees at Thorndon Primary School, which is equidistant from this site as is the research centre. The increase in traffic from these sheds will also have an impact on our community, a very negative cumulative impact, Mr. Chairman, on our village and our updated traffic survey you've got in front of you. We're particularly concerned about where the waste, manure and litter and also the foul water will go to once it's removed from the site. There are no pavements in Thorndon, and this is a real threat to safety. It's substantial. Adults and children walk on the road in Thorndon, and our traffic weight restriction that came into force in 2000, we had a 24-hour survey, and I know there was a question earlier which I might answer. It is 24 hours weight restriction in Thorndon. The increased traffic lends itself to more collisions and accidents, the latest collision being on New Year's Eve. There was further collisions in the summer. This application, if approved, will put Thorndon in a very unique position in that on our western boundary, we have 350,000 birds being reared each cycle at the Weathering Set plant. And if this plant is approved, we will have a further 141,000 birds there reared as well on each cycle, which makes Thorndon doubly prone to all the things that we've already heard: odour, noise and dust particles. The road infrastructure is not in keeping with the high volume of HGVs. It's narrow single track roads, and this expansion would mean that we would have further erosion of verges and flooding. There's been flooding again outside this site at the new year. If this proposal is unacceptable, because the harm it will give is by far outweighs the any benefits. Mr. Chairman, sorry, may I through this implore councillors to look again, back the parish councils and Town Council and your own planning and environmental health officers and refuse this application today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Sorry, having a problem with actually selecting the mic on and off there. Thank you. Do we have any questions, please, for the?
We're not used to this technology.
No, I've got big fat fingers. It doesn't help.
Talk to me.
So, Councillor Mellon, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just a quick question on the weight restriction through Thorndon. How is that weight restriction enforced? Is there any enforcement, or is it just monitored by the parish council or whatever?
It's Chair, may I? Chair, may I?
Yes, please.
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor. Yes, it's monitored by the parish council. We have got our cameras in Thorndon as well, which tells us what the volumes of vehicles are going through the village. Now, when we undertook the 24-hour survey back in 1999, it was obvious that there was a problem. A number of people were very worried about walking along the roads there, and it certainly has, over the last 20 years, in fact, almost, has much improved on what it was. We do still get some heavy goods vehicles, apart from agricultural vehicles, of course, which are always permitted.
Thank you. Are there any more questions? Okay, excellent. Thank you for your time. We're now going to move on to the Parish Council representative, which is Richard Berry. And again, you have 3 minutes and it will be timed. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, councillors. My name is Richard Berry and I chair the Planning Committee for Town Council. We've objected to this and previous applications on this site, essentially on the grounds of the HGV traffic that it'll generate. The case officer's report recommends rejection of the application on the grounds of odour impact only. I am asking you to consider and give greater weight to the increased levels of HGV movements openly acknowledged in the submission and the impact on and surrounding parishes. And I have to add that the members' questioning in the earlier session has reinforced the necessity for this, particularly with regarding waste management. I'd like to submit that the case officer's report relies too heavily on what we would consider to be under-researched submissions from the County Council, and the latest information from Stradbroke has not been fully considered. We don't think the case officer's report does justice to the hard evidence collected by Town Council and local volunteers. This includes a formal traffic survey undertaken from the council's own resources, which firmly concluded that a traffic restricting order should be placed along the 3 routes to be used by HGV traffic from this development. There is photographic evidence of HGV vehicles frequently mounting the pavements and abundant personal testimony, including from the vicar, I might add. Some of the photographic evidence was sent to councillors yesterday, and the case officer's report that describes the evidence as experiential, that's a new term on me, we do find a touch dismissive. The report also states that the road network is not operating at full capacity, but this does not take account of the well-documented pinch points in and the fact that most of the routes where homes are very close to the vehicle movements themselves, with more than 100 affected. No site inspection or fair assessment of our evidence could conclude that the impact on pedestrian and resident amenity and safety would be anything other than severe. Indeed, it is already highly dangerous. So to conclude, I am asking councillors to consider HGV traffic growth to be added to the reasoning for refusing this application, largely for reasons that Councillor Guthrie mentioned in her opening submission, in the possibility of an appeal. And should councillors decide to accept the officer recommendation in the report, I am asking for HGV matters to be included in your reasoning for rejecting. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, and very good timing, actually. We need to be cautious, though, don't we, that the bad driving of others in the area should not be used to imply that users of the new area will be as bad. So we need to be careful on that. It's not a science, is all I'm saying.
Chair.
Okay, good. Okay, do you have any questions, please, for Mr. Berry? No, brilliant. Okay, well, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, we're now going to move to the agent, which is Mr. Johnny Rankin. Mr. Rankin, you have, again, 3 minutes to address the committee, and it will be timed.
Good morning. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
Excellent. Well, good morning, members of the Planning Committee. As per the officer's presentation, this application has been reduced in scale from the originally submitted 4 sheds down to 3. This is in reaction to consultee comments and concerns raised by proximate parishes and residents. It is worth reiterating that there are 3 sheds on the site, and these old stock sheds are proposed to be replaced by the purpose new ones to modern standards, best practice, animal welfare standards, and efficient pollution controls. The applicant intends to supply the Crown Chicken processing plant at Eye, and the sheds will be built by a local company, C. Davidson, who have written in support. Once operational, the sheds will employ a full-time manager, support the local economy as per slide 6 of the planning officer's presentation, utilising the regional poultry network of feed, washing, bedding and gas suppliers. The planning statement demonstrated acceptability against both national and local planning policies and concluded the benefits of the application significantly outweighed any localised impacts. The environmental statement similarly identified no significant effects arising from the proposal. These conclusions are reflected in the fact that there are no statutory planning objections from consultees. Much has been made of the vehicular movements associated with the proposal. The peak vehicular flow will be 15 vehicles on one day, but only on 2 days in every 7-week cycle. Averaged out, there are just 3 vehicular movements per day. The acceptability of the resulting traffic is reinforced by the fact that county highways have not objected to the proposal. The Environment Agency maintained objection on permitting, not planning grounds, even though permitting is subject to separate cover. The reason for refusal within the officer's report seeks to protect the amenity of units on the southern edge of the Covan facility. The reason for refusal is flawed. The Covance units in question are large animal testing laboratories and by necessity sealed, as opposed to a workplace where staff would have windows open and spend time outdoors requiring a higher level of protection. The predicted odour levels are acceptable on this basis. Considerable effort has been made to have this point acknowledged by the Environment Agency and planning officers. These efforts have been ignored. Accordingly, the application provides a good opportunity for the applicant to modernise existing poultry sheds, meet regional and national demand for chicken, support local and regional employment. There is no valid planning reason for refusal, and I would ask members to support this application.
Thank you, Mr. Rankin. Are there any questions for Mr. Rankin, please? Okay, Councillor Stringer, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Mr. Rankin, you said that this would be servicing the Crown Chicken processing plant. Is that the one in Eye or the one in Kenninghall?
So, to be clear, this is a planning application stage. It's not until such time as planning permission is achieved that any contract would be firmed. It's at the applicant's discretion who they would go into contract with. The intention is to go into contract with the Crown processing plant at Eye, but in the absence of a planning permission, obviously that isn't firmed, but that is the intention.
Thank you. Are there any other questions?
Yeah, can I just come back?
Yeah,
Could you actually state where that is for the committee?
Where what is?
Crown processing plant.
What, the one that is at I that's been discussed at length?
Well, no, I don't believe it is the one that's been discussed at length, but that's why there are 2 processing plants in I. And I think the members think it's going to one, and you're stating another one.
To the best of my knowledge, there is only one Crown Chicken processing plant at I, Cranswick Crown Chicken.
If I can jump in, I think semantics, to be honest here, the fact is it's going to I in relation to this planning application. So Councillor Stringer, it's going to I.
I'm really sorry, Chair. There is a fundamental difference. There is a processing plant in the centre of I, and there is also on I airfield. And I was just trying to work out which one it was.
I airfield, Kenninghall.
Right, then it's Cranswick, not Crown. Right, okay. It's Cranswick plant. Okay, that's helpful.
Cranswick Crown Chicken is one of the same.
Okay. Yeah, we're not going to get into debate. You've had your answered, or your question answered. Are there any other questions? I've got one question. In fact, it's a point as well in relation to what you said about it only affecting these southern buildings to the north of the site. In fact, of odour. Odour doesn't stop. It's not a wall. It continues. And as it says in the Environmental Agency report, it does actually say that actually affects the offices and the sites. And of course, those people go into the open air. So that's just a point on that. Councillor Warboys, please.
The quick point of clarity there. You're quite right. Odour does not stop, but it of course depletes. And
yeah,
there is
Councillor Warboys. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, Mr. Rankin, sorry to be pressurising you this a bit, but according to your estimates now, there are 1,095 vehicle movements per annum based on an average of 3 per day. My question is, how do you explain that there's a huge difference between your estimate of the vehicle numbers and the council's figures, which is 2,065 vehicle movements per? Are you using bigger vehicles or?
No, you've misread that. We report vehicles and then you times that by 2 for vehicular movements so that the vehicles tally with that figure.
So there are in fact 2,000 additional vehicle movements a year.
Yeah, vehicular movements. So you're counting to the site and then leaving the site. You're doubling up. The figure that was confirmed by the planning officer, Ms. Curtis.
Lovely. Thank you. Thank you for clearing that up for me.
No problem.
Are there any other questions? Councillor Warboys, you can take your hand down. That'd be great, please. Okay, Mr. Rankin, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we're now going to move on to the ward member, which is Councillor Stringer. Councillor Stringer, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the ability to speak on this application. There are a number of challenges that face farms trying to diversify and meet the needs of a modern population. But equally, it becomes a real stress to diversify or to expand when you have an existing community that has constraints. And I have to say, this particular planning application has caused the most amount of emails and phone calls of any I've ever had in 18 years. It is quite remarkable. And I think it is because of the constraints of this particular site. I have every sympathy with a farmer trying to get on economically and deliver food for the population of our country. But the issues come when you're in a particular location that it becomes unsustainable for the amount of expansion proposed. And I think this is precisely what we have here. I completely get the idea of the county council not claiming that road impacts from this will be, quote, severe. Severe has got, if you look it up, has a number of definitions, especially for highways, and often severe in highways terms means people are going to definitely get killed. That is not the case probably here. Having said that, lorry drivers, of which there is a considerable raise in the amount of HGV movements with this proposal. The shortest route to the sites for waste disposal, for food coming in, and the processing of the animals concerned, will inevitably put pressure on pinch points in conservation areas with high levels of listed buildings, unless the 24-hour HGV exclusions in surrounding villages are breached. That's one of the fears from some of the local villages, that the HGV bans will just get breached, which they are regularly, or that they revert to agricultural vehicles to move this stuff in smaller weight, but more in number. And of course, we don't have a route plan for any of this. The route plan you gave, the strategic map, is actually including some routes into Eye to service existing factories. If those factories weren't there, it's not a through route, they're suggesting in Eye. Because if you were going to service the Eye airfield, Cranswick chicken unit from here, from this site, without going through a lorry restricted route, you would probably end up going through Debenham, or you'd end up going through Stradbroke, which is why Stradbroke are getting really interested in planning applications that are this side of the A140. This is why it's creating such a huge amount of public concern. So from my point of view, we have a clear conflict here between a large expansion of agricultural enterprise next door to an immunology testing plant. So they don't seem like good neighbours, and that's your reason for refusal at the moment. But equally, I think that cumulative impact of highway movements that we haven't actually been mapped out as to where it's actually going to go, I think that cumulative impact does become severe, because not in highway terms, the MPPF is clear about what severe can cover. It can cover social, economic and environmental. And actually, I think the cumulative impact of the increase in traffic should be another reason for refusal in this instance, Chair. And I thank you for the ability to speak.
Councillor Stringer, thank you very much. Do we have any questions for Councillor Stringer, please? Okay, there are no questions. We're going to move on to debate, and I'll open this item up for debate. If you wish to make a proposal after we've gone through the first round of debates, please use the hands up function. So the first round will be done via the alphabetical method. But before I start, Bron, you have a point?
Thank you, Chair. Would you like me to just come back on some of the questions that were earlier on? I have some answers now.
I think that'd be useful. It'd be useful for debate, and actually might answer a lot of the questions that would be raised within that debate. So please carry on. Okay, thank you. So to confirm that the existing operation has capacity for 40,000 birds, and the proposal has capacity which is limited by permitting to 141,000 birds, that the operation could reasonably meet 2% of Cranswick's processing capacity. They process 122 tonnes a day, about 1 million birds a week. At least that's their capacity. Obviously fluctuates. In terms of waste, the end user operates facilities at Eye, the energy from waste plant, which is there, Thetford and Ely, although Thetford is the likely end user. And I should also point out, because we have Councillor Mayer substituting, that there was a letter from C.E. Davidson in support of the development, which I think most members did receive, but Councillor Mayer may not have seen because it's gone to Councillor Gaunt. If you want me to comment on the severe impact test in terms of highways, I can do that if that comes out in debate, so please just let me know. Yeah, we'll do. Thank you. That's really informative. Thank you. Okay, we're going to start then with Councillor Caston, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So this site, we're looking at a large-scale intensive chicken fattening unit. We looking at the old sheds that the company has, it looks like they've got every last bit of value out of those sheds. There's very little life left in those sheds. We need these intensive chicken units. It's part of a supply line. The chickens don't travel very far to slaughter, which to me is a really important aspect of the welfare of these birds. There's a lot of things that I don't agree with from the parish council's point of view, that the ammonia will affect people at that distance, but there will be an amount of smell, ammonia, and also it will generate flies. There's no doubt about it. And having the Plinth Medical Centre so close, for me, that is that's actually quite serious. That whether they would be able, that would affect their business. We want to, in Mid Suffolk, we want to help businesses. We want to improve the economy, but we don't want to improve anyone's business at the detriment of another person's business. So that's quite an important key part for me. I'm less worried about HGV travel and those side of things. For me, it's this, how that site would affect the Plinth Medical, whether they'd open a door and a whole load of flies would get in. It's okay having, you can have sealed windows and sealed doors, but people still need to get in and out. And flies do have a habit of getting in doors within a few seconds of you opening them. So I'm really interested to listen to the debate on this one. But what I will say is in here, some of the objections are to the way these animals will be produced. And I think what we've got to look at there is £2 per kilogram for a whole chicken in the supermarket. These farmers aren't making a huge amount of money on the small sheds. It's very hard for them to make a living out of this. So these large scale sheds are okay. They're not the romantic small chicken sheds from days gone by, but they are the future, and they are a way to deliver that food to people that are more than happy to buy it. So yeah, I'll that's it for the moment, and I'll listen to the debate. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Mellon, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I can understand we've got to weigh everything in the balance here. There's clearly an economic benefit of having this development. It's part of a growing industry in this part of the world, and although these are not the sort of chickens that I would be eating, I have certainly ethical concerns about the means of production, but I understand that is what people want to buy, and that's the way the industry operates. I mean, I used to work on one of these sort of plants for Gressingham Food, so they're common in this part of the world. I'm interested just to note that Covans don't seem to have objected directly. I couldn't find anything in the papers that indicated that. So, I mean, I think the issue for me is the transport. I'm very well aware of the problems in Eye. I go into Eye regularly, and there are pinch points there, and you know, it is a dangerous place to walk around at times, particularly on the corner with the bank there. So those are real concerns for me, and I understand that it doesn't quite meet up to the level of a severe impact, but to me it's still considerable. Yes, I mean the odour issue is sort of a convenient sort of peg to hang a refusal on, but that's where I am at the moment, and I'll leave it to hear more debate. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Mayor, please.
Thank you, Chair. Really, I'm in danger of repeating what's already been said. For me, the traffic issues, undoubtedly, if this plant were built, the increases would be significant. But from a planning perspective, our professional advice has said they are not severe. So I personally do not see how we can refuse on the basis of increased traffic. However, we do have a very firm steer that the impact of the sheds would be considerable in terms of the odour to the research centre just nearby. And I also hear the parish council's points about the primary school being on the east side of the village, whilst probably not in the high odour concentrations, it would still impact them. So for me, our officers have recommended refusal, and we have firm grounds to refuse on the basis of the impact on the neighbours due to the odour, and I'm happy to refuse on that basis, but I don't think we can refuse on the basis of the traffic being severe.
Thanks. Good points. Thank you. Councillor Norris, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also have some serious concerns regarding this application. Just heard from Councillor Mayer the position regarding the increase in traffic as opposed to the advice that we're being given by the Highways Department. Again, with the anticipated increase in the number of birds being processed on the site, the capacity which was quoted as 40,000 birds for the existing or previous operation versus what is predicted for the number of 141,000 on site, which would be the outcome of this application. To me, that must be a factor in the increase in the odour, noise and dust particles that would be produced and would impact on the surroundings. The primary school we've heard is not that far away. I've got serious reservations regarding the traffic nonetheless. The increase in the movements from the calculated 2,065 vehicles from what I understood was 528 per annum currently, again must have an impact, a serious impact, notwithstanding what highways say and what classification they put upon it technically. So I am not inclined to support this application, I must admit, but I will listen to the rest of the debate. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Warboys, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I think Councillor Stringer, as the ward member, I think he was very clear about the sort of economic advantages of the development, and normally I would be supporting an improvement in facilities into more modern chicken houses, and that would improve the welfare of the birds. However, I agree completely with the case officer's recommendation on the grounds of air pollution, in particular as the site is adjacent to the research facility, and as Councillor Caston points out, people have got to go in and out of these buildings. On the issue of traffic, as the chair pointed out, this isn't a science. We've got some objective information and some subjective information. Objectively, there's 4 times the amount of traffic. And yet the Suffolk County Council have said in their statement there's no evidence suggests that allowing additional HGVs to use this part of the road network will be a highway safety problem. I'm familiar with these roads. I agree completely with Mr. Berry from my town, Councillor Berry from my town council's comments that the impact of additional traffic, in particularly on I, would be significant, and it would have the cumulative effect would be would add to the risk factor of using I as a centre. But we've had a paper of an appeal which hinged more, as I understand it, on the fact that the information regarding traffic movements doesn't apply. So I think we need perhaps advice on whether we can actually add additional refusal on the additional grounds, sorry, of the traffic movements.
Okay, so
shall I sum that up? I've wandered about a bit.
No, I think it's fairly clear, in all honesty, and I think your points came across well. I think on the highways part of it, we might think about adding that, but predominantly I think we're all sort of pushing down the same route on here on odour. Are you complete, Councillor Warboys?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Okay, I'll have my point for debate, if that's okay. Look, I'm a firm believer in supporting local businesses without a shadow of a doubt, and especially those that want to expand and improve the offer from Suffolk and obviously jobs and getting this nation going. I also like to support local industries that provide food for the food chain for the nation. Really important. Although again, I'd rather go for free range, but that's my own choice. However, on this occasion, I feel unable really to support this because of the real concerns of the odour and the effect on the site just to the north. It's 200 metres away, and as I said before, odour doesn't stop. There's not a solid line there, a wall that prevents it going any further. And I get that it actually dissipates, but it's still there and it still has an effect. There are offices, not just sealed units on that site, and people also wander around that site. So there is definitely an adverse effect. And I just can't see how we could go against the Environmental Agency on this. Page 26 and 27 are full of facts. It's hard to dispute, to be honest with you. And given the fact that the predominant wind in the UK or England is south-southwesterly, it goes straight to that site. So I just don't get this. The highway side of it, yeah, we could argue there's an increased issue there, increased traffic, definitely there is. Whether there's going to be more accidents, who knows? So highways has got some part to play on this, but predominantly for me, it's the odour. So they're my points, really. It's the odour every day. We'll now move on to the second round of debate. And again, this will be done by the hands up function. And again, if you wish to propose, bear in mind what I've just been speaking about, the odour, maybe the highways, but the odour is the main reason within the document. If we have a proposer, please propose, but I will be looking for a seconder to support that straight away. Open to you guys. Who's going to start debate? It's normally me, but it's not today. So Councillor Caston, please.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I think that was a really useful debate. Actually, I think we've covered a lot of the ground, but for me, this proximity to the centre to the north is it's just the wrong site for this. I think I really want to approve this, because I think this is exactly what we need. We need to give these smaller farms, which I believe this is a smaller farm because they haven't got enough land to spread the manure on. We've got to give them a chance of producing huge amounts of food, which this looks like it's exactly what they're trying to do. But I think with that site so close, with that prevailing wind, like you talked about, Mr. Chairman, with that the wind coming from that direction, I think it would have a severe detriment to this business. And after that debate, I'm minded to refuse, and I'm happy to propose refusal at this stage.
Okay, thank you. And is that a proposal for refusal on the grounds of the odour?
On the grounds of the odour. That, for me, I'm quite happy for people to add to that, a seconder to add to that, or when we discuss it. But for me, it's the odour and the and the environmental health aspect of having those sheds in that proximity to there.
Thank you. I think it's clear. I do need a seconder, please. Okay, Councillor Mayor, please.
Thanks, Chair. I'm happy to second on that basis, the odour being the reason for refusal. But I would be interested to hear any other proposals that perhaps expand that. I'm still unsure as to whether we should add traffic. I'm not prepared to propose that we add traffic, but I would be interested in what others have to say.
Okay, so we do have a proposer and a seconder, and I guess this is as per the officer's recommendation, which I think is sufficient within the documents. We will move to the second round of debate. So, Councillor Mellon.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yes, I'm in agreement with the proposer and seconder. I would like to see some aspect of the traffic problem included in this, but I believe that the officer was prepared to give us some more detail on that, and I'd like to sort of hear what she has to say, if that's possible.
Yeah, actually, I think I'll bring in yeah, Mr. Pateman-G, please.
Thank you. Do you want my video on? I'm never sure if I should be or not.
It depends on you, really. Happy boy.
I don't have the official background. That's what I'm just conscious of.
It's fine. Absolutely fine.
In terms of the debate so far, obviously the officer recommendation is for odour. If we are going any further than that, there are risks attached to that we feel members have actually debated to a degree. We obviously have the recommendation from the Highways Authority, which is not to refuse it essentially on highways grounds. They don't feel the impact is necessarily severe enough for that. So our options really are to go forward with the officer recommendation. Members may wish to add further reasons to refusal, and they could add highways. The other option is that we do put an informative on the refusal about highways. So should this go to appeal in respect of odour, it's highlighted that there may be wider considerations the inspector may wish to take into account, but it will only be an informative. So the choices are informative, or you actually do refuse it on highways. If, and I don't know how far to go here, we were to look at a way of refusal in terms of highways, my only suggestion would be that the uncertainty of routing, the information you have to hand, is perhaps a factor to that consideration. It's that is insufficient information as an argument, perhaps is something that is a valid way forward. But I noticed Ian's just put his hand up, so I don't know if he's wanting to add anything more than that to what I've said.
Sorry, John, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Sorry, Mr. Pateman, if I may, Chairman. Sorry, John, I didn't, Mr. Pateman-G, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but there was a point I could have made when you finished, but I'll say it now, that if members vote to refuse, and if they vote to refuse as recommended by officers on the ground of odour, I mean, an informative may be useful if members are so minded, but whether there is an informative or not, if there is an appeal, and we don't know, for all that we know there might not be one, but if there is, the planning inspector will not be bound by the council's reasons for refusal, and is quite at liberty to hear residents and the parish council and others and neighbouring councils if she thinks it appropriate, and consider the whole issue. And it's not been unheard of. I mean, the officers have given advice in this case, but it's not been unheard of in the history of planning for factors not mentioned by the council to figure in an inspector's decision. But I thought that point should just be made here.
No, you're quite right, Ian. And ultimately, we have had appeals where they've taken in one sense, the members' reason for refusal, disregarded that, and actually come up with a brand new refusal entirely at appeal stage, so that they do have that scope to essentially determine it from scratch if they wish to. I think I'll leave it there at this stage, Chairman, if I may. I don't know if there was any further information from Bronwyn. I thought we had everything necessary. but I will leave that to you to continue if necessary. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I think we do have enough. So let's go back to the proposer and the seconder. Do you wish for there to be an informative note put on reference to highways concerns or not?
Personally, I don't really want to add highways. I don't believe there is a serious highways issue that stops this. For me, it's the odour. But if members are going to vote on this, and if other members feel strongly that there should be a highways issue attached to it, yeah, we can talk about that.
Okay, Councillor Mayor.
Chair, I think by adding the informative caveat, that will better reflect the discussion of the committee today. So I would support the adding of an informative to the proposal, but I don't support refusing on the grounds of transport.
Yeah, okay, that's nice and clear. Thank you. We'll continue with the debate. Does anybody else wish to come into the debate? Councillor Mellon, please.
Yes, I think it's just really just to echo the position that Councillor May is taking. We don't want it as a reason for refusal, but it's useful to have that that transport issue just sort of demarcated as well.
Anybody else, please? Councillor Norris.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I echo Councillor Mellon's thoughts on that. We've heard so much about the increase in traffic movements and the fact there will probably be something like around 4 times the current movements. I think it is still too much of an issue to just drop completely, actually. I think as an informative, it ought to be included. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Councillor Warboys, please.
Yes, I think after Councillor Mayor and Councillor Norris's and Councillor Mellon's comments, can we just clarify the proposal then? Are we proposing to support the recommendation with the added advisory note about traffic movements?
Okay, so at the moment the proposal is that we go along with the recommendation laid down in the papers, which is based on odour and odour alone. But I think what I'm picking up from everybody here is that we want an informative statement that expresses the concerns we've got over the highways, specifically the insufficient information on routing and the potential harm on the amenity within the settlements close by. And I think that would be sufficient if you're all in agreement. I'll go back to the proposer.
Yes.
Yes, I'm really happy with that.
Good, that's excellent. So I'm sure that will be added. Mr. Pateman-G, can you confirm that's going to be added, please, for the proposal?
Yes, I can do that. So we have an informative and the proposal as recommended.
Thank you. I think that's everybody. Can you just lower your hands, please, if you're not wanting to speak? Mr. President, I see you've still got your hand. Okay, thank you. Okay, so therefore, I think we've pretty much finished debate. I can see no more hands up. So we're now going to move to the vote. So I'll ask the Chief Planning Officer, Area Planning Manager, to summarise the proposal on the table before we go to a vote.
Thank you. Sorry, I wasn't expecting that. Right. In terms of the recommendation, so I'll just go back to the recommendation. So the recommendation is the application is refused, and they are laid out in your papers on page 29. And we would add an informative note to that refusal, and that informative note will express that we consider there's insufficient information on routing and potential harm on amenity within the settlements nearby due to the traffic created. If that's satisfactory, Chairman.
Yeah, I believe it is. And proposer, agree, please.
Agreed.
Thank you. Seconder.
Yeah, happy. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, excellent. So I'll now ask the governance officer to conduct the electronic vote, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just adding in the final piece of wording there, and I will start the vote momentarily. So if members could please go to the modern.gov app and go to the voting tab by pressing the plus sign in the top right hand corner and then choosing attendance/voting. I will be with you in just one moment because my system appears to have frozen. So if you bear with me one moment. Right, let's see if that's not quite updated yet. Apologies for this, Chair. It's because we have to add the new wording in manually. It seems to be taking just a moment to update. Right, if I just close that. Right, I think it's there. Sorry about that, Chair. So I will now open the vote. So the bar for the vote will turn light blue. If you click on that, you will then be able to go in and vote on the proposal.
Sorry, Chair, Councillor Mellon here. I'm struggling to access the vote.
Okay, if we can't get on it, Robert, if you could please walk him through it. If that doesn't work, then we'll just take your verbal vote.
Yep, that's fine, Chair. So which bit is not which bit are you at, Councillor?
Sorry, it's just asking me to log on again, although I seem to be already logged on. I don't quite understand why.
Yeah, Councillor Norris, I have the same issue.
Okay. So what we'll do in the first instance is if you could just try logging on again one last time. If it's not, does it come up with an error message afterwards?
So I have to actually leave it and then log back in again. Settings. Okay.
I've just had a message from my colleague Mandy that it could have just timed out, so apologies, councillors, on that point.
Okay, I'm in now. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Norris, are you?
Sorry, no, I'm not yet. Just a
okay.
moment.
No, that's no problem. If you are experiencing more difficulties, then let us know and we'll do the manual. Okay. So I've still got Councillor Warboys. Are you having any difficulties with the voting either, Councillor?
Yes, I am having trouble. It won't open up. I've closed it and reopened it several times now, but it doesn't seem to have updated.
Okay. Can I recommend, Chair, that we just go to the manual part on this now?
Yes, please. Yeah.
Okay, so I will ask Councillor Norris and Councillor Warboys, who are the two remaining members, for their votes, which will be recorded in the same.
Sorry, Councillor Norris. Actually, I have just got back in.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Councillor. So if I go Councillor Warboys, could I please ask for your vote, which will be recorded in the same way as all other votes, just for clarity?
Yes, I'm voting in favour of the proposal.
Thank you, Councillor.
That it's going to be rejected.
Thank you very much. So I'll just wait one more moment for Councillor Norris. That's all of us then, Chair. That is carried by 6 votes.
Thank you. So recommendation has been carried. We're now going to take a short break. I know it's been a long morning, so let's go for 10 minutes, please, to refresh yourselves. And we'll see you back here where we're going to discuss the land to the south of Union Road in Onehouse. See you in 10 minutes.
Thank you, members. So I'll just conduct a quick roll call to confirm that all members have returned after the break. So Councillor James Carston.
Present.
Councillor Humphreys.
Present.
Councillor Mellon.
Present.
Councillor Mayer.
Present.
Councillor Norris.
Present.
Councillor Stringer.
Present.
Councillor Warboys.
Present.
And the ward member, Councillor John Matheson. I can see you, Councillor. So
Present.
There we are. That's great. Thank you very much, Chair. We are ready.
I'm not able to get the agenda up so that I can electronically mark my attendance. Unfortunately, doesn't want to come up. I've talked to Mandy, so just that won't be recorded in that way.
That's fine, Chair.
Okay,
I can
thank you.
add that in after the meeting if that's fine with yourself, so I can put you in as an attendance.
Perfect, thank you. So welcome back, everybody. We're now going to look at DC 20-110, which is the land to the south of Union Road in Onehouse, Suffolk. I'll now ask the case officer, Bron Curtis, to introduce the application to the committee. Bron, please.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, so I'll start in the same way as before. I'll just share screen so that you can see the presentation. Then I'm afraid I do have quite a number of verbal updates for you.
No problem.
So, verbal acknowledgement of a late representation received from a local resident, Mr. Ballum, with some photographs of the Christmas Eve flooding event. That was reviewed at briefing. So it's just to acknowledge that we have received that as a late representation. Also, some bits of clarity for the report. Apologies, I have made a typo in terms of provision of affordable housing. The advice we have from our viability officer is that the scheme can support 21%. That's 31 dwellings. Just as a comparison to the Hopkins site, which is the adjacent development and part of the proposed allocation overall, that secured 20%. So it's on a par with the Hopkins site, but I have put 25% elsewhere in the report. Apologies for that. The site, just to clarify, the site is a strategic site, so doesn't attract a SIL payment. All of the contributions are secured through Section 106, and other mitigation can be secured by condition. Just was asked to confirm the footway improvements and bus frequency. I'll show you the footway improvements on the plans shortly. The bus frequency information, there is a stop near the Shepherd and Dog pub on the south side of the site, and near Stow Lodge on the northeast side of the site, with a frequency of every 30 minutes. There is no designated cycle pathway included in the footway works for this proposal, although obviously estate roads will be cyclable in the way that any other road will be. An update on the JLP, the Reg 19 consultation closed on the 24th of December, so that's just in post-consultation analysis at the moment before moving to the next stage. There was a question from Councillor Matheson about the utilities connection. I'm still trying to find that out, Councillor Matheson. Apologies. I'm hoping I will have that for you during the course of the meeting. I'll let you have that as soon as I can. And I will respond to the question about the sustainability officer's comments when we get to it, I think, if that's okay with you, Chair.
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Right, so the application, sorry, another point of clarity. This application first came in as an alternatives proposal, which means the applicant puts forward two options for consideration, with either of those alternatives being capable of being developed, but the committee deciding on the acceptability of both options. During the course of consultation processing, one of the options, the option including the care home element, has been removed from the proposal for the reason that the NHS are advising that they are unable to service that type of accommodation. So the proposal before you is for an outline application with only matters of access to be considered today, as well as the principle of development. All other matters reserved for up to 146 dwellings. The proposal would also include sustainable urban drainage system with attenuation basin, public open space provision and facilities such as that. This first slide shows you the location of the site. The road on the north side of the site is Union Road. Along the west side of the site is Starhouse Lane, and the road bordering to the south is Fimborough Road. You can see that little leg of additional site to the southwest. That is below ground works to serve from the attenuation pond to the river for surface water discharge. So it's not above ground works, but it is work, so it's development included in the site. The site itself is in the countryside within the parish of Onehouse, but outside of the main part of that village. But you can see on the far right of this slide the edge of the settlement of Stowmarket, and adjacent to this site, between that edge of settlement and this site, is the Hopkins development, which is currently under construction. So a slightly wider view here gives you context relative to the main part of Onehouse village, and also the Chiltern part of Stowmarket town and the Stow Lodge area. That's a little bit more clarity on the Red Line site, and you can see that there is areas of the highway included because there are some highway works for the footway improvements. This slide has been included just to show you where the Hopkins site is. It's in where that grey arrow is pointing, and the brown line is the settlement boundary for Stowmarket as it's currently defined in the existing development plan. This is an extract from the Stowmarket Area Action Plan, with the site area together with the Hopkins site shown hatched or crossed in the bottom of your picture there. This is relevant because the Area Action Plan identifies this land together with the Hopkins site land as having capacity for additional development throughout the then anticipated plan period, and was to be subject of consideration for allocation at the first review of the Area Action Plan. The first review of the Area Action Plan hasn't taken place and won't be taking place because it's been superseded by the JLP process. Which brings us on to this plan, which are the proposed allocations for the JLP. And you can see LA 036 on the bottom left of that image, which includes this application site and the Hopkins site together as comprising that proposed allocation. So this is an indicative layout plan, which you can also see alongside the Hopkins development on the right. It's just to give an idea of how the development may be laid out, although just to remind you that layout, scale, design, landscaping issues are all reserved at this stage and will be considered at the reserve matters, or if a subsequent full application is submitted. So all we're considering at this stage is the principle of development on the site and the access arrangements. So the access arrangements include the primary vehicular access from Union Road, footway connections on the south side of Union Road, connecting to the adjacent Hopkins development, and then further towards the high school and rec, etc. to the east, and footway connections on the south side to the west, linking to Starhouse Lane, where there will be a pedestrian drop curb crossing to the opposite side of that road in order to improve accessibility to public footpath number 24. On the south side of the site, there is proposed to be a pedestrian accessible width access onto Fimborough Road, and a footway link from that point to the junction with Starhouse Lane, where there will also be a crossing linking to the footway on the opposite side, which goes towards the pub. Taking you through some photographs here. This is not the position of the proposed access, but this is on Union Road looking over the site towards the south east-ish. So we're quite close to the junction of Starhouse Lane here. I apologise for the dimness of these photographs. This is now within the site looking towards the Hopkins development, which you can see in the far background. So we're looking east along Union Road at the site. Then I'm turning round within the site, so now looking south, east and south, with Starhouse Lane being on the other side of the hedging on the right of this picture. This is Union Road looking west, east towards the Hopkins site and the town. These are some photographs taken from the edge of the site adjacent to the Hopkins development, so they're very similar. You can see that it's just an area of open, scrubby grassland with mature tree and hedge planting to the boundaries. This is taken from the access to the Hopkins site, looking towards the application site. So you can see the Hopkins sign in the centre, and you can see some of the street furniture. So we're looking towards Starhouse Lane in this image. This is the junction of Union Road and Starhouse Lane, which drops fairly steeply down towards Finborough Road. This is then the junction, Starhouse Lane and Finborough Road. This is looking from the direction of the pub towards the town. And you can see the site in the centre of that picture behind the hedges and trees where those two pedestrians are. And then this again is a little further along Finborough Road, looking east towards the town. You can see the Hopkins development just in the background there. The site is behind this bank of vegetation, which is in the centre. And I'm trying to show you here the change in level between the site and Finborough Road. I realise that's difficult because of the density of the vegetation, but there is a fairly significant change in level there. It's about 2 metres. And that photograph again. So this is Finborough Road looking to the west. And that's the end of the slides. So this is an interesting one because technically we find ourselves in this position between policy documents. We have the local plan, the core strategy, and the Stowmarket Area Action Plan, which are all of some age and have been assessed for their compliance with the NPPF at varying degrees. And we have the Joint Local Plan, which is currently being prepared but is still an emerging document. So we find ourselves having a proposal for development in the countryside, which doesn't accord with policies within the development plan as they currently stand, but mindful of the weight that we afford to those policies when taken in the context of the NPPF and the direction of the NPPF, you'll see that the conclusion in the report in the sustainability section is that those policies are given limited weight, and that given the location of the development relative to Stowmarket as being the primary centre for development within the Mid-Suffolk area, and the walkability of certain facilities and some of the other key aspects and benefits that the development will generate, the conclusion on the policy basis is that this is a development that can be supported and will continue to contribute to the land supply, which members will remember has been a cause of significant work over the past few years. So there have been some concerns locally about that policy issue, and I'm hoping that I have responded adequately in the report to explain that situation in its technical terms. There have also been some issues about flood risk and highways impacts, particularly with some concerns about the flow of traffic movements from the development and the condition of Starhouse Lane. So it should be noted that the Highways Authority have not recommended refusal for the proposal. They're satisfied with the proposed works. There are some improvements, obviously, to the existing pedestrian access facilities as a result of the development. And it should be noted that because we've got the pedestrian access proposed for Finborough Road, there is the option to not use Starhouse Lane for pedestrians and cyclists travelling through the site. In terms of flood risk, I should also point out that the proposal includes an extensive SUDS system, which has had approval from Suffolk County Council, the lead local flood authority, and their requirements are such that developments are asked to provide a 10% betterment in an undeveloped state of a site, meaning that the infiltration runoff rate from a site as it stands should be improved through the installation of the SUDS. What's happening in this case is, if I show you the layout plan, if I can find it, I've gone the other way, is an attenuation pond with a controlled outflow. So the attenuation pond, if I can show you with my cursor, you may not be able to see it that clearly because it's green on green, but is in that bottom corner of the site with a controlled outflow, so the below ground works being the outflow into the river. The overall conclusion for the proposal is that we can support it and we're recommending refusal. There are a number of items that we're still working to negotiate the final detail of the Section 106. And there are a number of items that we are looking to secure through planning condition to ensure the acceptability of the proposal. And hopefully that you have enough information in the report to explain our thinking on that. Thank you, Chair.
Sorry, Bron, just for clarity, you said you're recommending refusal, is that correct?
Gosh, sorry, I'm still in Thorndon mode. No, I'm recommending we grant permission, conditional permission. No, sorry, I didn't even realise I'd said that.
No problem. Okay, thank you, Bron. Do we have any questions, please, for the officer? Yeah, Councillor Stringer, please.
Thank you, Chair. I have two. One is the affordable housing mix of 20%. I don't see an explanation for the discount in the papers. What is the extraordinary circumstances here that doesn't allow us to deliver the up to 35%? Could I also ask, we have an objection from one of our own officers, a sustained objection, and that doesn't seem to be covered off in the papers. And reading the MPPF, that certainly seems that should be covered off. So could I have an answer to those two? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stringer. So on the affordable housing, the applicant has put forward a viability argument that has been put to our viability advisor, Aspinall Verdes, who have done the viability assessment for the JLP work, and the conclusion is that the site cannot afford to support 35% affordables, but similar to the Hopkins site, it can achieve 21%. Hopkins has achieved 20%. This site achieved 21%, which will equate to 31 dwellings in the 146. And there are various reasons to do with the abnormal costs of development of the site that have affected the overall viability. In terms of the officer objection, can you just confirm that that is the sustainability officer?
Yes, sorry, it's the only objection there, yes.
Yeah, thank you. I apologise. That is my that's my poor report writing skills, probably. What I wanted to reflect in the report was the progression of the consultation. We originally had an objection from that officer, but subsequent to that, there was discussions directly with the applicant about what was capable of being included and achieved on the development and what was reasonable. And the officer has come back saying that they are satisfied with that being secured by those measures being secured by condition, which is in your recommendation. That includes a scheme of energy efficiency, including electric vehicle charging points for a number of the properties. So as far as I am aware, that officer is satisfied, and I apologise for not making that clear.
Okay, we'll move on to Councillor Warboys, please, and we might come back to the affordable housing allocation shortly.
Yes, it's just a point of clarity about drainage. Is it correct that the drainage scheme would involve water being going into the Rattlesden River?
Yeah.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, there's been significant flooding along there recently. Has that been taken into account?
Yes, so if I show you, I have actually got a constraints map for this. I'll show you the floodplains. The area around the Rat, sorry, my presentation is not keeping up with my. The area around the Rat is floodplain. The latest significant event was the Christmas Eve event, and there was flooding of that area, which one would expect it being floodplain. It's doing its job. The proposal includes an attenuation basin which will hold surface water runoff with an infiltration. There we go. With an outflow, a controlled outflow, which means that it will literally control the flow of that held surface water to the river, so as to control the impact on flood risk. And that's been through county as lead local flood authority, who are satisfied. It did go backwards and forwards a tiny bit to get a bit more information from the engineers, but they are satisfied that it will work and it will meet their objectives of improving the overall capacity of the site. So what we will in effect have is an improved situation from an undeveloped site.
Okay, thank you.
And now we'll move on to Councillor Mathieson, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I just wanted to firstly confirm that the footway at the south end of the site is level access, not steps.
Yes, as far as I'm aware, it will be accessible in the
Right,
in the Equalities Act meaning of the term accessible.
Regarding the sustainability officer's report, however, I can't see in the papers where he's withdrawn his objections, and I can tell members that he is available to be called on if they wish to hear from him.
No, I don't think we will. We'll just stick with what we've got.
I apologise. I believe the agreement to the negotiations on that point was conducted by email rather than coming in a formal consultation. So you may not have had that full email trail of Peter being satisfied. I was hoping I'd kind of summarised it in the report to say that he's now satisfied subject to condition, but it is subject to the condition that you've got in your recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Mellon, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question on connectivity. Obviously, I realise that the layout we have is indicative of an outline application, but if you were to go from the southern end of the site and want to go into town, a straight line would take you through the Hopkins estate. Can the office just sort of say, is there any scope for sort of walk through or cycle through connectivity there, or are they sort of two distinct and separate developments which are not connected?
They aren't proposed to be connected, and there are some reasons for that, including the presence of a badger set and various other reasons. But there is the potential for connectivity from Finbar Road up to Union Road through this development, through its estate roads, which would be almost as direct as the sort of thing that you're proposing, just a little more of a corner.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Chairman, may I come in at that point? Just a moment.
Yes, please do. Sorry, having a problem with the microphone.
Okay. Bronwyn, sorry to just dispute what you just said, but apologies. Now you just put this screenshot on the shared. There's a couple of arrows I wasn't aware of before. There's an orange one next to the open space area in the middle of the indicative plan. There is an orange double arrow to the right hand side. Could you just put your cursor over it just confirm that we're talking about the same thing? Is that a connection through in terms of?
Yes, but not with a surfaced roadway, which I thought was, if I've misunderstood the point about cycle connectivity. I mean, you could.
So you can walk through it, but it won't be cycle. My apologies.
You
Thank you. I wasn't quite clear of that. So there is a degree of connectivity, but it won't be for cycle or vehicular.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Sorry to interrupt. Just a sake of clarity. Thank you.
That's a good point. Councillor Mathewson, please.
Yes, my other question, looking at the indicative layout, I mean, there don't seem to me, even allowing for some semi-detached and so on, there don't seem to me to be anything like 146 properties shown. So I just wondered how very indicative that must be, unless you've officers actually counted them or something. Is it a realistic indicative?
It's indicative in terms of the general arrangement, but because we're not dealing with layout or scale at this stage, it doesn't have to include precise numbers or precise locations. So it's just giving an idea of how the development could be arranged.
Okay, I guess I should then ask what the net density is. Members, if general information of members.
Yeah, I popped that in the report.
Because there's a lot of green space necessary on this site for various reasons, and so the net available land is not tremendously large.
If I can come in on that point, I don't think it would be appropriate really to look at the net density in this case, because layout and the size of dwellings and so on are not part of the proposal before us, and therefore the indicative plan may have a net arrangement of density. That is not to say that is what would come forward in terms of the reserved matters. So my suggestion would be that we would stick to the overall gross density, which is in your page 1 of this particular report, which is on page 185, which I think it says up to 19.
Just to come back, if I may, Chair, the problem with that really is that the various consultees in terms of the need for play space and the need for the badger set and the need for sustainability, all these things are needed. We need to know at this stage that they are available.
Councillor Mathewson, I have to jump in. I think Mr. Pateman-G gave a good enough explanation. And again, this is outline, it's not reserved matters. So we'll move on, please. Councillor Mellon.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, just to follow up on my previous point, just to ask the officer or Mr. Pateman-G, is there any scope for, by way of conditions, upgrading the connectivity in terms of walking and cycling into the Hopkins development?
Do you want me to answer that, or Bronwyn, are you happy to answer that?
I'm either.
Okay, so this is an outline application that access is included, which means that those 3, forgive me if I'm wrong, 4 access points are part of the proposal for members to consider. It would, in my opinion, be unreasonable to seek further access points not shown on the basis that, first of all, you would be dealing with a third party, which may have repercussions in terms of ransom strips, but it is not the proposal before us.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mathewson, do you have a final question?
No, I'm just having difficulty finding where they put the hand down
No
boxes,
problem.
really.
No problem. So on the top of your screen, just where you've got leave to the left of that's perfect. Thank you. Okay, there are no further questions, so thank you, Bron. We're now going to move on to the Parish Council representative, and we're going to speak to Nikki Wilshire, and I hope I pronounced your name correctly. You've got 3 minutes to speak to the committee, and this will be timed.
Thank you, Chairman. As Chairman of the Parish Council, Onehouse is a secondary village and not suitable for major development. This proposal is wholly within the boundary of Onehouse. Consultation on your new joint plan closed on Christmas Eve, and there is no adopted plan in place to counteract the existing area development plan. However, in November, the council published their joint plan pre-submission document defining Onehouse as one of 46 hinterland villages. The new document suggests that the council have met their required 5-year housing supply. This new document, policy SP04, suggests that over a period of 19 years, that Mid-Suffolk will require 1,267, 10% of new houses should be accommodated, which would, by my math, 67 houses a year between 46 villages is about 1.5 a year. This application for 146 dwellings would appear to be far in excess that would be considered reasonable for our other hinterland villages. This area is a reserved countryside site under the previous plan. I believe the application arose as a result of months of the council not having an adequate 5-year supply of housing and is speculative rather than part of a greater considered development. I question the need for this development, especially in light of the current pandemic and the financial hardships that the country will face for many years. Detriment, the local resident, I'm acutely aware of the detriment of the local countryside and the well-being of local residents that have been as a result of the continued development. We've heard from professionals protest against the non-impact of flooding local roads and houses with the implementation of modern drainage, but we live with the results of these daily. Please don't think we're against development and new housing. For the past 10 years, we've worked really closely with Taylor Wimpey on the development at Chiltern Fields, attending place shaping meetings and been involved in the design with the developers that adjoins our residents as a respected stakeholder. This planned development has enveloped part of our parish with no recompense for the loss of amenity or income. So I urge you to reject the speculative application on 3 grounds. It is not needed by the community or by the council. It'll exasperate the detrimental impact to local residents and the environment, which outweigh benefits. And it doesn't comply with your own joint plan policy, SP04. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions, please? Okay, there are no questions, and thank you for your time. We're now going to move on to the agent, which is Robert Barber, to speak. And again, you have 3 minutes, which will be timed. Mr. Barber.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, members. The application you're considering today will secure the delivery of a site which has been identified by the Council as a sustainable and suitable location for housing development since 2013. The site is identified as a part of a reserve site for housing in the adopted Stowmarket Area Action Plan, with approximately 2/3 of that site already having been consented and is currently being built out by Hopkins Homes. The emerging joint local plan forms the review of that area action plan, and again the application site has been identified as a suitable and sustainable location for development. The site was maintained as a draft allocation in the recent pre-submission consultation. Whilst the site is identified as a reserve site in the area action plan and a draft allocation in the emerging plan, it is acknowledged that the site currently sits in countryside in planning policy terms. However, recent appeal decisions and planning decisions of the Council have confirmed that the local development plan policies which normally restrict development in such locations are out of date and not fully consistent with the National Planning Policy Framework of 2019. Accordingly, the weight attached to such policies is reduced, and as confirmed in the officer report, the NPPF's presumption in favour of sustainable development, particularly paragraph 11D2, is engaged in this case. Whilst falling within the parish of Onehouse, the development will form a sustainable and logical extension to the urban area of Stowmarket. To inform the preparation of the planning application, a public exhibition and consultation period was held in November and December of 2019. The master plan submitted in support of the application demonstrates that a high quality development can come forward, and at reserve matter stage will deliver up to 146 dwellings. At that reserve matter stage, officers and members will have a further opportunity to shape and guide the detail of development. In addition to the high quality development, a number of significant benefits also arise. You've had mention of the affordable housing delivery, 21%, a significant over provision of new publicly accessible open space, including play facilities, new footpath connections onto Finborough Road and Union Road, drop curb pedestrian crossings on Finborough Road and Starhouse Lane, and significant financial contributions towards improvements of local infrastructure, totaling approximately £2 million. A financial contribution to delivery and implementation of a travel plan, and provision of infrastructure to support electric vehicle charging points throughout the site. You'll be aware that Stowmarket sits at the top of the settlement hierarchy.
Mr. Barber, you'll need to summarise now. You have about 10 seconds.
Okay, sorry, thank you. I would just conclude that there are no technical objections to this site, and I would commend this application to the members today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions, please, for the agent? Yeah, Councillor Stringer, please.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry to sound like a stuck record. The inability to deliver 35%. What were the outstanding reasons? We got to the viability assessment. So, of course, financial viability is a key plank of sustainability. So if it can't deliver on all the social and economic requirements, it makes it less sustainable. So I'll be interested to see what were the outstanding circumstances here as opposed to any other greenfield site in Mid Suffolk.
Okay, Chair, I'm happy to come back on that. So there were a number of elements that were dealt with through the viability assessment, and as your officer has already confirmed, that viability assessment was reviewed by your own consultants. Mm-hmm. Combination of Section 106 costs.
Mr. Barber, if I may, I'll come in. Actually, I'll get Mr. Pateman-G just to give the definitive answer.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pateman-G.
Sorry, just to come in on that, I do apologise, and ultimately, let's start with the policy. The policy that we have is as Mid Suffolk District Council is of an age. Let's just say that before the MPPF, but ultimately it is a policy that is up to 35%, and one of the definitions that allows us to consider up to is the viability of a scheme. Now, we've gone through the viability of this particular case. Some of that is confidential information, admittedly, but ultimately it has gone to an independent assessor. I've forgotten the name, and Bronwyn might be able to help me with that. But ultimately, we have gone through the exceptional circumstances that come up with the elements of build cost and so forth, and profit and all the rest of it, to provide both a level of profit that is acceptable to the company, but equally the costs that we have to go through. One of those costs is the exceptional grounds of the fact that we have ecology issues on this site that have been broadly mentioned earlier in terms of badgers. We also have a sloping site, and these costs are not actually that dissimilar to Chiltern Leys to the north, where we had to take them into account with the viability of that scheme, as well as Hopkin Homes, which is next door, and the viability of that scheme. So actually there is a consistency of build costs that have been explored throughout that. Now, there is a lot of detail there. I don't want to get into that here, because I think we would be here a very long time if we would sort of go through the individual elements that are all in various spreadsheets. I don't know if one needs to add any more to that, but does that sort of shortcut this a little bit, if that helps, or is Councillor Stringer needing for more information?
No, that's helpful in terms of being able to happen. I mean, it's nothing that we can get over. It's the sustainability of the actual location that creates this being not able to deliver the maximum amount in our policy. That's helpful to me.
Okay, I'll leave it
Okay,
there.
good, that's clear. Thank you. Are there any other questions, please?
I just had one other one about the controlled discharge of water from the site. There's two elements to that. We were told there was a baseline given. What was that baseline based upon? Because at the moment you've got a contra old ploughed field, which is actually holding back phenomenal amounts of water. So was it based on that baseline, or based on the baseline of, I don't know. I'll be interested to know what the baseline was, because if you've got to make it 10% better than the baseline, to make it 10% better than it is at the moment is exceptional. Also, you mentioned the controlled outflow. Does that control mean it will not allow the water out when the river is in flood, or does it just mean it gets to a certain level, then it discharges into the river?
Mr. Barber?
Oh, sorry, Chair. I didn't know whether you wanted me or one of your officers to deal with that. So the baseline is the existing greenfield runoff rate. That's the accepted current baseline position, and that is effectively the flow from the site as it is today, and we have to better that by 10%. And what happens is that the basin stores the water to a point when it is acceptable for it to be released. The exact mechanism of that, I'm not an engineer, but I believe it's to allow when the river has subsided in part, to allow that water to be safely discharged.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Okay, Mr. Barber, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll now move to the ward member, which is Councillor Mathieson, to speak.
Right, thank you, Chair. Just briefly to look at the policy points. As you've heard, this is currently still countryside. In the Stowmarket Area Action Plan, that review for which this was a reserve site has not actually taken place yet. Secondly, something that hasn't actually been particularly mentioned is that the SAAP and the parish historically has been very concerned to maintain a strategic gap between the village and the town, and that is eroded somewhat by this development, and it's also unfortunately set to be eroded by an extension of the settlement boundary of the main part of the village. That isn't something that's actually been mentioned yet, but it's proposed allocation LS01, and I do draw your attention to the environmental management officer who is recommending refusal in the papers that we have before us, and I'm not unfortunately aware of any withdrawal of that refusal. So that is still a problem. There's a number of particular issues that have started to come to light, and I just wanted to bring my local perspective to some of those. The soil of this site is very poor for infiltration of the water, hence you hear that there will be the pipe put in. That's going into a river which is flooded very badly again last Christmas Eve. What happens is that the flood barriers are there just slightly upstream of the site, this discharge that's proposed, and then when that's full, it overflows, and when it overflows, we then get to a point where the roads are closed, and that is the road from Coombs Ford up to along Coombs Lane to go to Finborough that way, and also the B1115 road, which is Finborough Road, also to go to up to Fimbra Village. Both of these actually are getting closed to traffic most years now. That's the degree of flooding that we've already got. So I'm bound to wonder whether we are allowing enough additional capacity for climate change to make for it to get worse. That would need some pretty big flooding ponds to catch it. And again, just illustrating the problem with the lack of percolation, the site next door, Hopkins, when they were starting on the earthworks and so on the site, I guess a year ago roughly, we had heavy rain, and the Fimbra Road below this site and the Hopkins site flooded to the point of being closed again as well. So you can see this is quite some problem. Right. Apart from that, the highways say, oh well, there's no problem. A long time ago, there was an appeal decision regarding these two pieces of land, the Hopkins land and this land before us, called the Luck decision, and that appeal dismissal was because of the junction of Onehouse Road, Fimbra Road and Recreation Road. Now that junction is no better today than it was a couple of 3 decades ago when that dismissal took place. We've not improved it, and it is an accident black spot. I don't know that it's on the map that was provided or not, but I do know that there's been a cyclist knocked off their bike and put in hospital just before Christmas at that junction. So that junction is a problem that hasn't been talked about, and that worries me considerably. Then really the final set of points as to why really this ought to be refused at the moment is that we've got 1,100 homes under construction within 1 kilometre of this site already, and 200 of that 1,100 are actually now occupied, give or take some. The annual monitoring report tells us that there are 6,063 homes that have got permission that have not been started on at all, another 529 under construction. So there's a big question there about the need to get on with this at the moment when we've got all that lot underway or potentially available to be underway as well. So you've heard about the viability. So why would we want to press ahead with this site and only get 21% affordables when we can find other sites in that 6,000 or still to come, which would deliver 35%. So that's quite a problem. So looking at those need issues, why do we need to have a tilted balance against the policies and the problems? And then if however you're minded to approve, then I would like you to look at MPPF 148 and 150, particularly regarding the orientation of the properties in order to maximise solar gain and minimise energy bills. I think there ought to be a further look at the flood mitigation before you go ahead, and I can't see why on earth we would want to connect to the gas grid when we know that gas is going out of fashion and is going to be banned within a couple of years. So those are my points. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for Councillor Mathieson, please? I've got a couple. The first one is data, really. You talk about the flooding, the increased flooding and the closure of roads. Have you got any data to support the closing of roads? I.e., how many times a year does it happen?
Well, I've said that it has happened. It seems to be moving up to a point where I used to live quite near to this site, half a mile downstream or something, and so I was very acutely aware of the when it did flood, and at that time it was perhaps every 2 or 3 years, and it seems to now be becoming an annual occurrence. Certainly it flooded a year ago, certainly it flooded this year. Vehicles were trapped in the water because they foolishly tried to go through it. So I would say we're moving to a point of it being an annual occurrence.
Okay, thank you. And is it not true that the look decision that you spoke about was before the improvements made to the A14 and also before the Stowmarket Area Action Plan?
It's certainly before the Stowmarket Area Action Plan. I don't quite see how the A14 is helping. I mean, the issue for that inspector was in terms of people getting into town, not people trying to get to the A14, because obviously to get to the A14, even at that time, they would have been able to take Chiltern Way to get to the A14, but it was the issue was getting into town.
All right, I think I'll bring in Mr. Pateman G actually just to give some clarity, if you could please, on that and the relevance.
Yeah, sorry if I can. The luck decision was a little while ago now, and of course an awful lot has changed in terms of the makeup of this particular area on this side of Stowmarket, as well as obviously our policy basis. The main point here, though, is that since that decision, we have obviously got the Stowmarket Area Action Plan that has this as a reserved site. We have actually had other development around here now coming forward. But in terms of the link to the A14, we also went through the Hawley interchange improvements and the new road, which obviously part of that was to avoid traffic going through the Stowmarket town centre. I don't have all of the details of that, but of course they are part of the various jigsaw blocks that have kind of materialized since that particular appeal decision. You can give it weight, members are at liberty to do that, but my professional advice would to give it very limited weight if it was to become a further point of discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Hopefully that's cleared that. Other questions? There are no other questions. In fact, Councillor Stringer, sorry, I've just seen your hand up.
Everything's a bit slow today, including myself. This is basically actually a question for the officer that's come out of the discussion. Is that permissible? Because it's very relevant for myself. I have a huge issue at the moment with the outlet of water, as it were, the wrong side of a storm gate, when the Environment Agency, who everyone is signposting is the relevant person to comment, have actually made no comment. I feel that to make a decision based on no comment is frankly not good enough from the Environment Agency, and for us to make a decision including that flooding issue, I think would be incredibly reckless if they've made no comment.
The relevant authority. Oh, you can do. Okay.
Sorry,
I'll add up.
Yeah, the Water Resources Act from a few years ago reorganised responsibility for various flood risk, and the EA are not responsible in this case. It is Suffolk County Council's lead local flood authority. So they've been consulted, they have looked at all the engineering information and they've accepted it.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for Councillor Matthewson? Okay, in that case, we're going to move on to debate, which will basically go around again alphabetically, and the second round will be hands up. So starting with Councillor Caston, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I don't see a huge amount of reasons for refusal on this site. It seems to me a sensible place to build houses. The connectivity, yes, it would be better if they were if the areas were paved, but it's still well connected to me. But I would like to talk about drainage. So I think there's quite a lot of discussion about this flooding issue, and there will be. So whether this land is drained or undrained, problems with flooding occur when the ground's saturated. It's land can absorb a huge amount of water until it becomes saturated. It's a certain maximum it reaches, and then that's when flooding occurs. That's when land drains start to flow, and that's when you get surface runoff. This SUDS configuration will definitely mitigate that flood risk. It will definitely mean less water going into the Rat River, because it will be controlled. The attenuation basin will hold it back and release it slowly. And I think they'll easily achieve 10% on this, doing this in this way. It's not a issue for me. The affordable housing side of this, I think, is unfortunate. I don't like to see less than the 35% affordable going in. I think the surrounding developments have set a precedent for that, and I'm sure a lot of thought and negotiations gone into that. So for me, that's something that it is unfortunate, but I think it's acceptable to me. So from what I've heard so far, I would be minded to approve this, but I'll listen to.
We'll wait for proposals. We'll wait till the second round.
Yeah. I mean, in debate at this stage, I would be my mindset would be to approve this, but going forward, I'll listen to debate, and I'll take other councillors' opinions into consideration.
Thank you. Councillor Mellon, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So this development, if it was approved, is part of a considerable amount of development going on at this end of Stowmarket, and it clearly is going to create a lot of traffic, and the pinch points that we know about, particularly that horrible junction on Recreation Road corner, can only become more problematic whichever way you go into town from this development. You're going to end up at the same point there, and we do need to sort of bear that in mind. The flooding issue, yes, obviously the attenuation basin is going to help. I would like to see all these houses with rainwater storage. That would really slow up a lot of water going into the system, and would reduce the demand on the pipe system over the longer term as well. So I don't know if that's something we could condition. The affordable housing percentage, I mean, that we're not a party to all those negotiations, but that definitely gives it a thumbs down from my perspective. We should be doing better than 20% if we possibly can. I'm not convinced that the developer's not going to make money on that basis, but those obviously those calculations have been made. So I'll listen to the debate further. I'm sort of on balance not very happy about this, but we'll hear what others have to say.
Thank you. And just for clarity, you mentioned Recreation Road. You're not sure? You're not actually meaning the junction between Onehouse Road and the 1115?
No, I'm talking about the corner of of the recreation ground where all the traffic will end up.
Not the road. Okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you. Okay, let's move on. Let's get for Councillor Mayor, please.
Thanks, Chair. On balance, I don't see that we've been presented with a reason for refusal. All of the agencies have deemed it to be a reasonable development, that's flooding, etc. I do share the ward members' concern about the speed of development. It's interesting that I'm not sure whether CCG or National Health England glibly says that the Stowheath and Coombs Ford surgeries can be expanded. Yes, but when? It's interesting, perhaps not too relevant. One of my residents in Badwell Ash recently phoned Woolpit surgery to be told she was 91 in the queue. She made a rather off the cuff comment. She's 92 years old and was concerned that she might not live long enough to get an appointment. But having said that, I know of no mechanism to say that we can approve, but not yet. So on that basis, I'm I can see no reason to object to this, and I would support approval. But I look forward to hearing what other members have to say.
Thank you. Councillor Norris, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have a number of concerns on this application. I understand that the site has been identified as a visually important open space, which leads to some environmental concerns of mine. The flooding potential onto Finborough Road, I know the area quite well. I have been involved in that in the past. Yes, an attenuation basin has been mentioned with a controlled outflow, but to a certain extent, if it's going into the Rat River, then all it's doing is moving the problem a little bit further down. There must be considerably more runoff as a built form than on permeable ground. I believe the site to be outside the existing settlement boundary, and I do take Councillor Matheson's point about approved applications that are not yet built out. I'm not very impressed with the potential for affordable housing on the site. I think there's more opportunity. There must be more opportunity amongst the considerable proportion that aren't built out of these approved applications for a better allocation of affordable housing. So I think there must be better sites. I think this is rather in the wrong place. So I'll leave it at that, but I will listen to the rest of the debate. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll move on to Councillor Stringer, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I too have. It's one of those ones that seem to be jumping the gun. This really would have been helpful to await the outcome of the inspection of the joint local plan, where all of the issues that surround this that we're trying to grapple with today are actually formally tested by government inspection, those that write the MPPF. So from my point of view, I think this is sort of just premature and just adding to, so we're being asked to approve something that won't deliver some of our strategic priorities, which is actually to help house the most vulnerable. So, and if we can't do that in our town centres, then Lord help us in trying to rebuild our economy. So I frankly would not support this in its current form. For those that that think this is acceptable under the NPPF, I would actually draw your attention to where the recommendation is upholding and stating paragraph 148 and 150 of the NPPF. The NPPF calls for radical reductions in greenhouse emissions. That needs to be conditioned if you are to get anywhere near approving this, because not only has the government put that in the NPPF, but we have actually declared it as an emergency ourselves. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Stringer. Is that not actually part of reserve matters, though? So it will come up, I'm sure.
No. Sorry, I was trained in planning over 18 years ago. Every training I've ever had has said never ever rely on something at reserve matters that you haven't put in at outline stage.
Okay, thank you. Good point. So Councillor Warboys, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I think Mr. Barber put a strong case for development and talks about a high quality delivery. However, I've got some concerns. I think two basic ones. The first one is that the heritage team have put forward a very strongly worded objection to the scheme on the ground that it impacts the setting of important historical assets. And it is this further third of the existing development which encroaches on these historical assets. It's adjacent to a special landscape area. I think the second point is, as Councillor Mayor said, it's the speed of development. The stress on the infrastructure of an hinterland village. The need for this housing certainly hasn't been clarified, it certainly doesn't meet our target in terms of affordable housing. And we're coming back down to the Suffolk Wildlife Trust has also got a holding objection due to the lack of sufficient ecological information. This is a greenfield site. It's Grade 2 agricultural land. And we've seen from the photographs that there's substantial hedgerows. And the final thing is about the drainage system, the attenuation basins. I think that comes back to speed of development. We're in a period of climatic change and things, and it is changing, and it is changing rapidly. I think we need to sort of look at what the impact of the current development is, how that affects surface water and drainage before further development, which is going to further stress the system. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Warboys. I've just checked through the recommendations for Councillor Stringer. It does talk about resource efficiency, sustainability scheme, agreed EV charging, and also the construction environmental management plan. I'd like Mr. Pateman G perhaps just to clarify what is in there.
Yes, thank you. I was just going to suggest that obviously we're picking up on the environmental improvement side of it, and obviously we've got a condition within your papers to secure that. But what we haven't done is actually put a timing around that, and I think what might be useful is to clarify. And in fact, just to clarify, the timing of this is important. I think I take Councillor Stringer's point quite helpfully. It does need to be considered now in terms of the principle of whether it is a reserved matter or not. So this is the point that we need to impose it, which is what we as officers have done. But what we need to think about maybe is the timing of that. We don't want it to be a separate matter. We want it to be embedded in the design that may come forward on this site. So what we should ensure, and I would, from my point of view, if you allow me, Chair, to change our recommendation very slightly on this point, which is to say that this shall be dealt with prior or concurrent with the first reserved matter application. So to ensure that it is ahead of the game in terms of the design considerations and not a separate point that can be dealt with parallel. It needs to be up front. So if we haven't put the timing of it on your recommendation, we don't often do that, but I think in this case it would be useful to do that. And that would allow us to, as officers, when it came to reserved matters, be fully engaged on that point before we get into the absolute layout and design that should, be part of that same conversation. That's really all I wanted to add there. I don't think obviously we've jumped on a few other things since I was thinking about that, so I'll let the debate continue. But I see Bronwyn's also put a hand up. So, are you wanting to say more than that, Bronwyn?
Chair, if I may, it's helpful for me to come back on a couple of Councillor Warboys' concerns. There may have been some confusion with the way that I've represented consultation responses in the report, which I apologise. Suffolk Wildlife Trust had an initial objection that has since been resolved. That is summarised in the consultation section, but perhaps I didn't make that clear enough. They are now satisfied with the information that's come in and the mitigation proposals in the recommendation. Heritage have not raised an objection. They have commented on the degree of harm, which is what they have to do in every case, because there is always an impact and it is on a spectrum of harm. You have a late paper which draws out a bit more detail in that for you so that you can be satisfied that the Heritage Officer has given due regard to the impact on the historic landscape and the particular assets that have been named. She's satisfied that by granting permission, you won't be failing in your statutory duty. Thank you.
Thank you, Bron. Thank you, Mr. Pateman-G. So, Councillor Stringer, I think what he said is right, and it's probably appropriate. Your thoughts?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to say appreciate the input from Mr. Pateman-G. He mentioned so we're ahead of the game. what I'm suggesting we should be doing these conditions is they actually setting out the rules of the game, which is the MPPF paragraph 148 and 150, and we have not stated there. Just to say you will expect resource efficiency, well, that doesn't actually say what you mean or what it relates to. We've got some policies in that area. We've got emerging policies in the area, but the government has a national planning policy statement about that, and I think we should put that in so it guides the applicant as to what they're expected to deliver.
I'll allow Mr. Penchie to come back for a few minutes just to put his head together on that one.
I can come back straight away, Chair, if you like. I entirely agree. Ultimately, the NPPF is the National Planning Policy Framework, and I have no problem with slightly reconstructing the condition to say that the applicant needs to demonstrate its needs to demonstrate how it has complied with those paragraphs.
Perfect. Let's do that then, and you can work on that while we continue the debate. So we're now down to my point, I suppose, in the debate. I'll answer a few points actually raised by other councillors that go through my debate points, but the area of historical importance, I guess, Councillor Warboy is referring to Pauper's Grave. Just so people understand where that is, that's about 200 metres northeast of the site, and between the site and Pauper's Grave there's a line of buildings already that have been there for a number of years. So I don't think the view has been changed in any way, and I don't think, knowing Pauper's Grave and having walked around it and run around it regularly, I don't see that you can actually see the estate from Pauper's Grave. So I don't think it has an adverse effect on it, in my own personal opinion, but it is my own opinion. I welcome this estate in some respects. It's part of a joint local plan. It's been identified as an area for development. It naturally links onto the Hopkins estate that's already there. And I think the benefit of the small benefit, actually, which is actually a major benefit for most people, is the footpath connection with Finborough Road, which allows people to walk down it to get to the pub, to get to the lake, to get to the cafe and support local businesses. That's really important. And it actually links up to really good footpaths. The problem at the moment is that there is no way of doing that apart from walking down Starhouse Lane, which is really dangerous, or using the public footpaths, which are impassable for the winter months. So I welcome that. I think it's fantastic news. The flood side of life, I agree with Councillor Caston, really, that the attenuation pool will slow down the rate of water that runs into the Rat and that floodplain basin that has always flooded, actually. And that will actually, because it'll be 10% better than it is now, will reduce the effect. So that's a good thing, surely. And therefore, it's I don't see an issue with it. Perhaps, possibly, to improve things more, we could have rainwater harvesting systems added as well. Maybe that's a thought that we could go down just to improve it even more. But as a development, I think the location is right because it's adjacent to a current location that's being developed. It's got good access into Stowmarket. It's close to the bus station. There's good pathways and everything else. And I just think, personally, I do think it's in the right place. I don't think there are many other places in Stowmarket now that are as good as this in form of connectivity, and that includes sort of access to the roadways, the footpaths and cycle paths, and also the buses. I can't see any planning reason for refusing of this, to be honest with you, and I think all the answers have been really answered, but we'll continue debate. And as we move into the second part of debate, that second part of debate will be done by hands up. And if you do have a proposal, I will be seeking a seconder pretty much immediately before we continue. So let's continue into the second round of debate. Who wants to start? It's like an auction, isn't it? Okay, let's start with Councillor Mayor, please.
Thanks, Chair. Like you, I can't see any planning reason to refuse this application. Whilst I've heard lots of concerns, I don't think any of those can be translated into a reason for refusal. So unless other members of the committee can formulate a reason for refusal based around their concerns, I think we have no option but to well, I don't want to propose at the moment because I want to give those that have concerns a chance to formulate their own proposal, and that's where I think we should go now.
Thank you. Councillor Caston, please.
Yeah, I agree with Councillor Mayer. I think he's right to say maybe we'll give the people that are the councillors that are not too sure on this a little bit more time, but I'm quite willing to propose this, make a proposal. If they want to speak now, I'd be quite happy to hear it.
Okay, so I'm taking that as a proposal for the recommendation that's in front of us. But before we do that full proposal, I'd just like to hear from Mr. Pateman-G about the additional element that we were going to add, so we know what we're actually proposing.
Thank you, Chairman. At the moment we have a condition within your recommendation that says resource efficiency and sustainability scheme to be agreed, including EV charging. I would like to change that. I'd like to recommend we change that to a scheme for resource efficiency and sustainability, and I should put in including, so we don't want to lose that, including EV charging, that demonstrates compliance with the NPPF paragraph 150 and 153 shall be agreed in writing prior to or concurrent with the first reserved matters application. Does that make sense? Does that satisfy?
Councillor Caston.
Yes, I think that's exactly what we want for that. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm looking for a seconder to the proposal with the addition, please. Do you have a seconder? Okay, Councillor Mayer, please.
Chair, whilst I'm happy to second the proposal, I repeat my request again. If those who have concerns, can they formulate a counter proposal?
No,
so it doesn't work like that. So we've got a proposal and a seconder for approval, and then we'll continue the debate and people will decide via voting as to whether they agree or not agree. So I take it that you are seconding the proposal.
Not at this time, no.
So we haven't got a seconder. Do we have a seconder? In that case, I would like to second the proposal as detailed within the document, and also with the addition that Mr. Pateman-G has just added. We'll now continue with the debate. Councillor Mayer.
Sorry, Chair, that was a legacy hand.
No problem. Councillor Stringer, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just on a matter of housekeeping, the Mid Suffolk officer was recommending you included paragraph 148 of the MPPF as well. I'm happy to take the advice of John Pateman-G if he says the other paragraphs encompass that, but our advice from our officer was to put in paragraph 148. I have to say I would like to speak against the proposal, if that's okay. I still have serious reservations about this. Some of it is its prematurity. There hasn't been that review. Technically, the joint local plan is the time for that review, and that has not been through inspection. And certainly it's not put forward under the SHELAR. This site was flagged up as delivering the affordable housing that we required as an authority, and now we see the light of day that it won't. And it's that missing 20 affordable houses for me seems to be a real deal breaker here, because it's missing them where they're most needed. Where our economy will need the biggest boost, where our town centres will need the biggest support as we build our way out of the economic and medical stresses that we've been through. And the medical stresses I also take from the other members as well. In this area, the medical provision is really not where it should be. So with those reservations, I won't be voting in favour of the motion in its present state. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Pateman-G, your thoughts on paragraph 148?
Yes, sorry, I I feel that 150 kind of covers 148, and I'm just checking the wording now, but I've got no problem with actually including both. But the 150 specifically says new development shall be planned for, whereas 148 talks about the planning system in a sort of more general introductory way. I would, to avoid doubts, I would be more than happy to recommend that 148, 150, and 153 are the relevant paragraphs. There's no real difference in terms of adding that to ensure for the avoidance of doubt and clarity.
Thank you. Okay, moving on with debate. Any more debate, please? Councillor Warboys.
Yes, I do have serious questions. I don't think the need for housing has been demonstrated. It doesn't actually meet our affordable housing targets, as Councillor Stringer says, where they are most needed. I also think there's a tension between Onehouse as aspirations as an hinterland village and to keep its distinct nature separate from Stowmarket. And this has been identified. I'm quoting Penny Otten here, our Suffolk County Councillor. This has been identified as a visually important open space and should remain so. So I think the speed of development in this area is putting undue stress on the people of Onehouse and the environment. So I don't think I can support the proposal at this time.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to speak?
May I, Chairman, please?
Yes, please.
Can I just point out that this is not a special landscape area. The site, the road and the land to the south of the site is, but the site itself is not within that designation. Just we need to be clear on that legal point. Thank you.
Thank you. It's very clear. Councillor Warboys, happy with that?
Oh yeah, I do accept that, but and I did stress it was adjacent to the landscape area.
My apologies. I didn't hear you say adjacent. My apologies. I do apologise.
Okay,
That's
cool.
fine.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to debate this before we move on? Okay, so we do have a proposer. We do have a seconder for the proposal or recommendation for approval, which is in front of you, with the addition that I'd like Mr. Pateman G just to read out so we all fully understand what that addition is.
Yeah, so as recommendation, with the exception of one condition to be altered, so it says a scheme for resource efficiency and sustainability, including EV charging, that demonstrates compliance with the NPPF paragraphs 148, 150 and 153 shall be agreed in writing prior to or concurrent with the first reserved matter. Is that helpful?
Yes, thank you. Okay, I'll now ask the Chief Planning Officer, Area Planning Manager to summarise the proposal on the table. In fact, we've done that pretty much. And I'll ask the Governance Officer to conduct the electronic vote, please.
Thank you, Chair. So that should now be uploaded into modern.gov. I will just double check that it has come through fine, and then I will start the vote. Right, I believe that's there. So if members could please go to the usual place on the modern.gov app and go to the plus in the top right hand corner and go on attendance/voting and choose the option that you may have to scroll down, which is in light blue on the page under the item we're looking at. So just waiting on one at the moment. Can I just check, Councillor Warboys, are you having any issues? No, I think you've just done it. So,
yes, I've done it.
Thank you. So, Chair, I can confirm, as you will now be able to see as well, that the motion was lost by 4 votes to 3.
Thank you very much. So the motion is lost. Thank you. So site inspections, there are none to report, and therefore.
Sorry, Chair.
Sorry,
Chair. So that the motion was lost. Hence, we will go back into debate.
Sorry. Okay.
Chairman, if I may, just without, sorry, I haven't put my hand up. Obviously, the motion has been lost. That means there is no authority to issue planning permission, to state the obvious. But there's no authority to do anything else yet. So the committee should consider what else it wishes, what instead it wishes to do.
Okay, we will go back into debate then. So hands up. Councillor Stringer.
Sorry, Chair. Just grappling with the IT at the moment.
No
problem. I don't quite know what. That's better. Right. Yes. Yeah. Okay. Then, in the absence, so obviously the motion has fallen. So we now have got 2 options left. We either have a motion for refusing it or a motion to defer, looking for further information or clarification. So I didn't know whether any members wanted to make any suggestion in that area, because I have the interest. I don't think it's hugely appropriate that I propose something in this case, because I have that interest. That might be deemed by others as being, not appropriate. So I just thought I would, being a sort of a road weary traveller in these areas, I thought I'd just sketch out the options for the committee. So the committee has the option for someone to propose either refusing or deferring for more information or other clarification. Thank you, Chair.
I think that's very honest of you. Thank you for that. And I'll be honest with you, there's no other hands up at the moment. I'd be more, rather than a refusal, more for a deferral, because as I said before with my comments, I can't find any planning reason to turn this down, and that we really need to remember. There are no real planning reasons to turn this down, this outline planning permission. So bear that in mind as we go through the debate. And if we are going to defer, what are we deferring for? What information do we require? That's the thing I'd like you to think about. Councillor Mayor, please.
Thanks, Chair. I don't see any grounds for a deferral. I now think it's in the members of this committee who voted down the original proposal have now got to stand up and say why they think this should be refused and what their planning reasons are.
Yeah.
We're not here to express our personal opinions on, things like flooding. We have experts or professionals who've given us their advice. So I call on the members of this committee who have voted down the original proposal to now put a counter proposal on the table. You cannot sit on your hands. We are a planning committee. We're not here just to dislike things. We're here to work within the planning framework we're given. So, please, a proposal from the other side of the House.
Wise words, and I would counter that, not counter it, I would actually go along with that and just state that we do have to have reasons for this. So if you are going to make a proposal, just think of the actual planning reasons for refusal, if that's the route you're going. Councillor Mellon, please.
Thank you, Chair. Obviously, this is a difficult situation, and I'm quite happy to put my hand up and say that I didn't support the previous proposal. I voted against it, and there are a number of reasons for that. Now, whether these can be formulated into a proposal that's acceptable to the planning officers for refusal, I'm not sure. I'm not sure I feel experienced enough to do that. But the reasons would be, one, the fact that the number of affordables does not meet our aspirations, and secondly, it's the fact that this site is not currently supported by policy, is sort of the development is anticipating the site being approved during the JLP, and we're waiting for the JLP to be examined. So there's an issue of sort of prematurity, and I don't know if that's enough for a refusal, but those are my two major grounds for voting against this.
Okay, that's fine. I think I'll bring Mr. Pateman-G in for this next point, please.
Okay, so policy and affordable housing. So the policy position is essentially the same as Hopkin Homes next door that we've approved as a council. You know, we are in this limbo position of policy. I don't think I can get into that without going through excessive amount of detail, but we do have a reserved site here. We have, as officers, I will say, try to look at a proactive way of saying, right, look, this is the position we are in terms of the NPPF and the sustainable context of what we have to comply with regard to the NPPF. We also have the Stowmarket Area Action Plan, which does actually make this far more confusing, because I sort of wanted to avoid saying this, but you know, for the likes of Chiltern Lees, it was actually 200 homes short. So you know, the justification is an argument that lawyers can have for a long time in terms of housing need if we were to go down that road. If we want more clear guidance on our current housing position and our current housing policy for this site, my suggestion to members would be to defer on that basis, so we can ask our policy team to give you the absolute up-to-date position and take this forward on that basis perhaps. At the same time, in terms of affordable housing, this is compliant with our affordable housing policy. Our affordable housing policy is up to 35%. It is not fixed at 35%. It's not like Ipswich Borough Council that has specific tiers that you have to comply with. Ours is flexible on the basis of viability. If, however, members feel that viability should be explored a little bit further, that might be a further reason to ask us to defer to see if there's anything else we can do to increase the amount of affordable housing, if that is at all possible, but I have no guarantee. That might be another way forward members wish to consider, but I really don't have much else to offer at this stage beyond those two issues.
Thank you, that's most helpful. And again, we've got to be really clear on why you'd actually propose refusal. Really clear. Councillor Mayor, your hand's still up. You've got another question? Sorry, another point. Sorry. Thank you. Councillor Warboys.
Yes, I oppose this proposal too. I think the comments have already been made about the housing needs, and that this development doesn't demonstrate that it actually satisfies those needs. But it's the weight, I think, attached to the Heritage and Environment team's comments, which were in the agenda supplement, which have raised serious objections. And I think, you know, they argue in terms of retaining this as an open space. It is next door to the special landscaping area, and I think the impact of further development in this area would actually compromise that. I take your points about the burial ground, but there are listed buildings adjacent to it as well. I agree that there is expert opinion on the mitigation and the attenuation basis, and the improvement of 10% would be an improvement on the actual land itself. But I still think the point about it, the tensions between that and Onehouse and Stowmarket plans and housing needs, I think is too much for me just to sort of pass this proposal for development on this site.
Thank you. I think what might help, Bron, if you come in, can you bring back up the slides that show those areas, the landscape areas that Councillor Warboys is talking about, please? Just to refresh us all.
Yep, just give me a second. hoping they're on the last slide because that's the way I'm going. So I'll just speak about it whilst I'm trying to find it. The SLA designation basically covers the river valley, the River Rat. So the section of underground work, so the piping of the outfall to the Rat, that's in the SLA. The site itself adjoins and is just to the north of the SLA. In terms of the VIOS designation, the visually important open space, that's just the Paupers' Graves. Here we go. So the special landscape area is shown in green at the bottom here, and the visually important open space for the Paupers' Graves is up the top here. So if I understand correctly, Councillor Walboys, and please tell me if I'm wrong, it's more a case of referring to the historic landscape policies and the value that this space has as an undeveloped space to the setting and openness and rural nature of the landscape, rather than it in itself falling within or affecting a designation that you might have concerns over.
I think you've put that far clearer than I have, Bron. Thank you.
If I may then just draw on what we did with Hopkins, because at this point we don't have details of scale or design or layout or landscaping, but those are all things we can control, and those are all things that we will be determining later at the reserve matters stage. So we can either take instructions at this point as to what you want us to look for in terms of ensuring that we secure an appropriate design, layout and landscaping that seeks to protect sort of that transitional semi-rural urban feel, or if you're saying that it's unacceptable as a whole because it's better as an undeveloped space, then that might be useful to clarify if we're heading for a deferral, just so that I can negotiate with the applicant.
Well, I think we talked about base. I think the baseline is it's better as an open, undeveloped space. But I do recognise that it might be possible to landscape it so that the impact is minimal.
Yeah. So where we are at the moment, we're still looking for a proposal of some sort. The problem is, well, it's not a problem actually, but if someone who's going to come up with a proposal for refusal, we need to know exactly why. And all areas would be better without houses across the whole planet, wouldn't they? But that's not a reason for turning it down. So you have to come up with a real reason for it. I'm, again, out of the two, minded for a deferral, and for the following reasons. That one, we could actually ask for a deferral to go away and maybe talk about the affordable housing numbers, maybe try and find a few more if possible, if that is possible, to better inform us. And secondly, we can then discuss that landscaping. What can we do to change that visual impact and to make it better? That's my view at the moment. Councillor Stringer.
Sorry, Chair. Sorry, I've sort of put you all in a little bit of a bind over this one, because every vote is counted, as it were, and obviously we're a councillor down anyway at the moment. I think it's sort of the issue of Hopkins homes has also raised other concerns, because we have the benefit of what's actually happened. With the Hopkins home site, we said we'd have a resource retention and we would conserve the natural environment, when in fact what we did allow them to rip out every single tree bar 2. It was a disgrace what happened there, and that was completely lawful, and we were controlling it. And I think and in the strategic policy of the NPPF, it says that we should conserve and enhance the natural environment. And I think it's that urban creep. I mean, over the holiday period, I drove past this site with a family member, and they hadn't been past there for 2 years, and frankly, they burst into tears because they remembered it how it was. And you can't go back, but it's that absolute urbanisation which I think is creating that massive concern, and what seems to be the inability for us to actually uphold the NPPF in conserving what we wish to conserve. And it's because of the proximity of that site next door. It just gets more sensitive the closer you get to the natural environment. And that corner is, visually beautiful. You know, it's all hedged and treed and it's glorious. I can't see how in any way that, you know, sticking a load of plastic chimneys along that and brick walls are going to make it look any better. You know, against, and it's the harm against the benefit. There is a benefit to housing people, but there's equally a benefit to housing people that need housing, which is why, you know, for me, the affordability issue kicks in as well and becomes more pressing in what is an urban settlement. Stowmarket's an urban settlement. And it's a difficult one because we're technically building in a hinterland village. This is in the parish of Onehouse, when to all intents purposes, but it will be strategically part of Stowmarket, but it's not, because that plan is out of date. And that's why the whole prematurity thing seems to get really wound up, because you can't rely on the Stowmarket Area Action Plan because it hasn't been reviewed and it's out of date. And this was only a reserve site in that. So if we hadn't have hit the numbers in the SAAP, this could have been brought forward, but that never got reviewed. So what we do have is a local plan that then hasn't been through that formal inspection for soundness, which is why certainly I couldn't support it, because I feel it's unsound, you know, and there's, if I can pick any bones, I don't like picking bones with people. We need to get away from the phrase of there are no planning reasons to refuse. Everything about planning is on balance. There are policies that would suggest this be refused. It depends how you weight them. Okay.
No, very good. I think, of course, if you're going to go for refusal, you need to come up with a reason why, based on exactly what you've said, perhaps, but with detail. The Stowmarket Area Action Plan, I believe, the reason it wasn't reviewed, it's been, we've got the JLP that's coming online, and that area has been identified for development within the JLP. We are where we are. Let's continue a debate. Any other points for debate? Do you have anyone who wishes to propose? Councillor Mellon.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think to try and sort of draw this to a close, I'm going to have to put a proposal for deferral. And that the grounds for that would be the things which have been mentioned. So the fact that the affordable housing, I think we need to look at that again, see if we can get a better percentage out of the developer. The landscaping and visual impact, whether we can improve that as well. And thirdly, the health provision, which Councillor May has mentioned in passing. We need to see whether that also can be, whether we can do more for that as well. So that's the basis on which I think we can try and move towards a conclusion of the debate.
Okay,
Chair,
anybody else, please? Mr. Pateman G, why not?
Apologies to come in again. I didn't quite catch all three, but I caught the last one because unfortunately my system went down very slightly to the speech, so I didn't quite catch all three of those. But I did catch health. This is sort of coming out of the blue a little bit here. In terms of the health provision, obviously various developments in this area, the Chiltern Lees, for example, and others at Hopkin Homes, have all made a contribution towards the local GP practices. As of now, currently, none of them have taken up the money. The money's still sitting there, and has been for a little while. So ultimately, there's already kind of existing provision in place. So it's to go down that road further is going to be an awkward conversation. Let's put it that way. In terms of the other two issues, I didn't quite catch. Can I just capture those again?
Okay, sorry. So the affordable housing, I think that's you know, I understand, you know, you've explained the position, but I still think we should be able to, or we should aspire higher. And then the issue on the landscaping and visual impact. Okay. Now I know that's going to be partly covered when we get to reserve matters, but I think we need to look at that at this stage in terms of I'm just trying to get reasons together for a deferral.
Essentially, you're saying to me that the indicative plan that you have presented showing up to, well, demonstrating that maybe 146 houses could be achieved successfully on this site is not sufficiently detailed and doesn't really give you sufficient information to demonstrate in principle that 146 can be achieved without landscape harm?
Well, clearly the layout did not show the correct number, and it's showing an indicative layout which will have to be firmed up for the reserve matters. But to my mind, it doesn't show anything like enough. Clearly, the density of that development is not reflected in what we've been shown.
So ultimately, we're dealing with the principle of development here. Well, landscaping is a reserved matter in terms of this finer detail, but in terms of the general impact on the rural character of the area, you know, maybe members are saying they are not convinced that they have enough information to hand at this moment in time to demonstrate that a development of any level could be integrated into this area successfully.
Yes, I'd agree with that.
Thank you,
John.
Councillor Warvoice, please. Councillor Warvoice.
Sorry, talking to myself. I was just listening to what Mr. Pateman G's. I was going to second Councillor Mellon's proposal to defer. I think that we have insufficient evidence to show that development of this site could be mitigated. Could the adverse effects on the visual environment and possibly the ecological environment as well? I think there's insufficient information there. I think the lack of the failure to deliver on our target of 35% affordable housing is significant as well, because it has been set out, I think, that in terms of transport and accessibility footpaths, it is a useful site, but it'd be more useful if it had affordable housing. So
are you seconding?
I'm seconding Councillor Mellon's proposal to defer, yes.
Thank you. Okay, we do have a proposer and we have a seconder for deferral. We'll come to those reasons very shortly. Anybody else want any final points? Okay, I'll ask the Chief Planning Officer, Area Planning Manager, to summarise the proposal on the table, proposal made, sorry, before we go to the vote.
Right, I'm sorry, rapidly trying to write down everything here.
No rush.
So essentially, let's get this into context. Members are minded to defer, seeking to defer on the basis that officers will return to the applicant and discuss if there are any improvements that can be made to the level of affordable housing. And in terms of seeking further information on the assessment of the potential landscape impact of the proposal. And was there, I missed the, are we still having health as an issue to add to that, or has that not been included in the end?
I don't think that was included. Councillor Mellon, please.
Yeah, I'm happy to drop the health issue, having heard that explanation from John Pateman G.
Thank you. So it's on those 2 points. Thank you.
Everybody happy with the proposal? Fantastic. Okay, I'll now ask the Governance Officer to conduct an electronic vote.
Thank you, Chair. I believe I've captured everything that Mr. Pateman G has read out as well, so I've captured that in the vote. I'll just for benefit, Chair, so that Mr. Pateman G is agreed with what I've put in here, because it's obviously Mr. Pateman G puts it very slightly differently to myself, but just so that we're on the same page. Come on, computer.
Yes, I don't get to see what you can see.
No,
so.
Apologies. This is one of the new parts of doing electronic voting. So I have got that the application be deferred for the following reasons: that information submitted to demonstrate there would not be a significant landscape impact on rural character and locality to allow principle of 146 dwellings. And
Yes, so that's the landscape part, and then you've got the affordable housing as well.
Yep, and my second part is that officers investigate and negotiate whether any further affordable homes could be secured. Is that acceptable as the?
I would recommend that. Yes, thank you.
Yep, thank you. Sorry about that, Chair. Just to be clear on that before we go to the vote, because that goes on the public record. So with that, this should now appear on the same part of mon.gov under the, I believe Mandy has started it for me, but it's now open in the same place under the vote that took place on this item earlier. Thank you, Chair. I can confirm that vote was carried by 6 votes to 1.
Thank you very much. So the vote's closed and it's carried for a deferral. So moving on with the agenda, site inspections, there are none to report. Therefore, thank you for your attendance there. I know it's been a long one, but it's been very important, and all your points have been really important and well made. So thank you for your input. The next meeting then will be on Wednesday, the 3rd of February at 9:30 a.m. and are now